Oh no. I pushed the wrong button. Wait, I'm still starting stream. Go away. Don't look at me. Okay, fine, I'm here, okay? What's up? How we doing? Jataraholic. Jashiro. Anubia. How you doing? You know why I accidentally showed my camera? It's because I got a stream deck and I set my... I have control numpad 3 to vanish ghost chat. And I set control numpad 3 to change scene. Yeah, I got a stream deck. Oh, Shadow, an Imaginarium of Dr. Solomon. What's up? Yes, we got stream deck. Stream deck. Okay. All right. So today we're going to watch this Jonathan Talkative Tri interview. All right. Apparently a lot of things were said. You think you're getting a more professional setup? What? What do you mean? That's not fair. What are you getting, Shiro? But this stream deck thing is so cool. I don't know why you would want more than 15 buttons. Because you can add all these different buttons to it. And look, I can mute my mic. Turn off my cam. Okay, that one didn't work. Change scene. Wow, look at that. Then I can go Oni cams. I can go this. It's amazing. I can toggle my ghost chat. You got OBS fully set up? You're working on getting an old phone to function as a macro keyboard. Oh, that sounds cool. Strong request, music player, chat message. Yeah, so before the PoE 1 patch comes out, I'm going to update the stream. And then I'll release patch notes on all the updates to the stream. So you can see. That's for the VOD. You can see all the buffs and nerfs to your channel points. Don't get angry at me. Well, once we've decided on what we're gonna do, if you want to write patch notes, you can. We can have a patch notes video. Unfortunately, TTS has been nerfed. It now costs 20,000 points. No, I don't think we're gonna nerf. We're not gonna nerf text-to-speech. I think it'll probably get a bit of a buff. You started practicing? Nice. Did it help? We added a bigger face cam. Yes. Now we're zoomed in all the way. I see you. New feet pick redemptions? That only comes from real money. Oh, I nerfed your redeem and didn't even give you a free respec. Oh, you just needed the pod which you found in the spreadsheet? Nice. You're wishing Warden to get buffed defensively and Slayer nerfed? I don't know if Warden needs it. Warden's defenses are really good because you have so much damage, you can just invest a ton in defense. Feed picks and you miss something. Oh, best streamers on streamboo.com remove the space? Oh, heck yes. How much? How much do they cost? Dyad? Atom? Use hem with 6? With the e-girl cam? There were feed pics, but they're private, okay? Only 24 other people saw it, and only Sashiro only Sashiro reacted to it. I thought it was funny, okay? I thought it was funny. But clearly no one else did. Wait, if I show my feet on Twitch, will I get banned? Oh yeah, guys and gals, Sashiro is gonna start streaming. Go give him a follow. Yeah, we're on feed pics. You guys wanna see? Feed pics on Patreon, top donor tier, $1,000 a month. No? Okay, fine. I thought it was funny. No one has a sense of humor anymore. Inubia!
Sub.
What's sub? Thank you for the 5 months, Inubia. And thank you for making this awesome app that I've been using. You can see it over here. I've been trying to get other streamers to use it. We're gonna do a streamer, what do I call it? Like a workshop where we can get other streamers to share tools they're using. And I always try and push for people to use it because it's so good. Why would you not use it? Hold on, wait. Am I following you, Sashiro? I'm not. I am now, though. Yeah, it is exactly what I needed. It is exactly what I needed. At one point I was thinking, like, do I get a tablet and then like put it under my screen so I can read chat? And then you came and you're like, here, this is literally the thing you've been wanting. You demand to be entertained? All right. Should we go ahead with this interview? I'm gonna take notes on my third screen, which, by the way, my third screen miraculously unbroke. So it's a good interview. Did you mod for it, Sashiro? Please. Okay, and also no spoilers, please. I'm actually gonna put on some text on the screen. You know what? Let's put text. 1. No spoilers. 2. Personal attack equals ban. 3. I don't care if you don't like PoE 2. Alright. Rules established. Preemptively. Alright. Text not big enough. There we go. Do you care if I do? Yeah, I care if you do. I'm biased. I'm a shill. Don't be a... What is it? Don't be a P word. All right. Because I know it's going to happen, man. I know it's going to happen. It's Jonathan and Talkative Tri talking. These are things that people have emotions about. People have emotions about this. Okay. But you're welcome to provide feedback. Let's add. Thoughtful feedback. Welcome. Okay, are we ready? 3, 2, 1.
Hey, Exiles! Welcome to another episode of the Still Sane podcast. Today, I am joined by the game director on Path of Exile 2 and Grinding Your Games co-founder, Jonathan Rogers. First of all, man, how you doing today?
Look at this Mobilytics, by the way. This Mobilytics background. Look how beautiful this is. Mojani, how you doing? Godrobe, how you doing? Yes, we're watching this now. Yes.
Oh, I'm great. Certainly, had a good sleep. I'm happy. I'm ready to roll. So should be okay.
Well, that's awesome to hear, and I'm glad you're not feeling tired today. You got some good rest last night. All right, kids and wife not keeping
Is my mic picking up my headphones?
you up or anything. So I gotta ask. I'm curious. Right now, we have obviously patches coming out consistently for.
I'm seeing my microphone move. I'm seeing my microphone move when they're talking. It's fine. You don't hear it? All right.
020 for
How you doing,
PoE2.
Wigdor?
We have the return of Zana in Path of Exile 1. We have the League releasing on June 13th. What are the vibes right now, like at Grinding Gear Games, compared to, let's say, the launch of 020 Dawn of the Hunt?
I will move it. I'm just... Why is it like... Hold on, wait. Even if I mute my... Just give me 1 sec.
How you feeling?
I mean, I would say definitely things are definitely a lot happier than they were back then.
Wait, are you...
best friend.
Baylor Mage? What's up? Rubik! How are you, Rubik? It's been so long. How are you guys doing? What are you playing? Speaking of the screams of Jonathan from the basement. Welcome in, Baylor Gang. Pineapple. How are you, Pineapple? Okay. So, we are watching this interview. All right, as long as the sound is fine, let me know. It's weird. I'm seeing like every time one of them talks, I'm seeing it pick up on my meter. Yep. You great. Been doing lots and doing non-computer live stuff. That sounds really healthy. All right, I'm going to move you guys down here. That way I can at least still read you. I should have the noise gate. The thing is that what's weird is if I turn down so I'm not hearing anything out of my headphones, it's still showing that my mic is picking it up. So it's like there's some kind of wire crossing stuff. I am going to, Sashiro, I'm going to order new RCA cables today. I promise. You got here just in time. All right, let's watch it. Let's go. Itchy says, let's watch it.
Who feel definitely
13th. What are the vibes right now, like at Grinding Gear Games, compared to, let's say,
Gail,
the
what's
launch
up?
of 020 Dawn of the Hunt? How you feeling?
I mean, I would say definitely things are definitely a lot happier than they were back then. But to be honest, it's kind of like the people who feel the pain are not like, when obviously, there's a lot of people who are unhappy are not necessarily like most of the team, right? Because I mean, most of the team consists of, like you've got artists and sound designers, everything like that. I mean, what they see is like, everyone in love with the stuff that they're making. So like in terms of I guess the people who people are mad at when people are mad are like the kind of core group of like 5 people who are kind of doing balance decisions. And so those are the people who kind of feel the pain. The rest of the team's kind of fine and chill, and it's all good. They're happy. But yeah, there's certainly a lot of excitement for for how things are going. And I guess one of the nice things now is we kind of feel like we're finally getting our feet in terms of being able to develop both games simultaneously. Like we had a lot of trouble for a long time there, actually kind of balancing that. And it's like now we're finally kind of rolling, like things are working out. Like I think we sort of found the way that we can make this sustainable. Like I sort of hesitate to say that we're like quite at that point just yet, because like we're still obviously in the early phases. But if we can be launching a PoE 1 expansion, and if we can also at the same time be creating PoE 2 patches, I think that means we're kind of in a good place. So there's always going to be some level of like intermixing and kind of things that go on there, but I think that we're in a much better place than what we were before, and that means that like we're sort of ready now to be like, okay, we're actually getting the way we're doing development in a better place. So, I mean, just to sort of talk about this, I mean, I was going to say this at the start of the, the live stream for PoE 1, but I suppose I might as well just say it now. So basically, like, in the past, well, not in the distant past, we always had like, the deadline is locked, the features are not, right? Like that's the way that that we want things to be. And the reason why.
Oh no, are they gonna go the HBO route where it's like it's ready when it's ready, and then you wait 2 years for the next season? Oh no, Jonathan, please don't say what I think he's gonna say. Please don't say what I think you're gonna say. Please.
You do that is because you can't lock both, right? You can't say this is the time and these are the features there will be, right? Because there's always development, things happen, right?
Yes.
So effectively, if you want to lock the features, you can't lock the date, and if you want to lock the date, you can't lock the features. And so basically, we in the further go past were always locking dates, but then, like, as we sort of had PoE 2 in development, we started to get to a point where we were locking features instead. And I think, honestly, that kind of wasn't the best. It kind of means that, you're in a situation where...
That's what we already do? Lock the features. But I mean, previously we had a set schedule of like 13 weeks, and that was so good. Like, even if a league was kind of mid, it was still... I don't know. It still worked. Is there a reason for the interview? I don't know. They're just like giving us an update, probably. We've been in features over schedule for like more than 2 years, dude. It's been like 2.5 years. Oh, he is saying we're going back. Okay. Oh, yes. Really?
When dates aren't predictable, like players don't know what's going on. And also you can't communicate with the players about when things are going to happen. Because because we don't know, right? It's like, well, the feature has to happen. The Huntress has to make it in. We don't know when it's going to be ready. We can't announce the date until the point where we know that that's happening, right? All I can do is give a vague estimate. So now, and I think this is going to be much healthier for PoE 1 as well. We're locking.
Don't be mean. He hasn't said the thing yet. He was just describing the feature lock or the other lock. He hasn't said which one they're going to do yet.
Dates, we know when things are going to be. Like if something doesn't get done, we just won't put it in. We'll put it in the next one. So I think that's a much better way of doing development. So what that means is, we've got the PoE 1 release coming up, that's in June, and then we'll have the PoE 2 release 2 months after that, so 4 months from one to the other. But then we know we're locking in already, like there'll be another PoE 1 release 4 months after the PoE 1 release that we have, right? That'll be locked in, and then we'll have another PoE 2 release 4 months after that in December, right? So we're basically saying we're doing 4 months. It's going to be consistent. It's going to always be the case.
Dudes, you know what this means? We're getting six leagues a year. If you like PoE 1 and PoE 2, but 4 months apart, that means league drops, you play for 2 months, and you swap to PoE 1, okay? But what's even better than that is maybe like 3 weeks before the new league, there's gonna be like teasers and and like the hype is going to start building. So like before you've even burnt out of the PoE 1 league or the PoE 2 league, the hype for the next one, it's going to be like, oh yes, this is the dopamine that I wanted, man. And this is why so many creators, this is what we wanted, man. This is why people like went all in on PoE 1 and PoE 2, because this is what we were expecting, where it's just like, instead of having like a 4-month league and then it's like a month of good views and then it's like for 3 months, now it's like good views and then it like goes down a bit, but then, oh no, there's new league. If they can pull it off, it'll be great. Yeah, 3 leagues for each game every year, so 6 leagues every 2 months. It means we get to eat real food again. No more ramen. Even if it deviates a week or two. Oh, yes, dude. It's good news for content creators, but what about quality of leagues? Look, they put out insanely good leagues when they were on a 3-month cycle. If they're able to allocate their resources adequately, and what he said at the start of the interview was they're getting better at that, is that they will have more time than they had previously. They like, there's always going to be like stinker leagues and there's always going to be good leagues, but if there's only 2 months in between leagues, yeah, and the team is much bigger, you're right, it's going to be great. I think it's going to be rad, man. But if you don't like one of the other games, then yeah, if the base game is good, then the league quality matters a bit less. That's true. It is the old of PoE 2. All right, let's keep going.
Like we don't want to have this kind of uncertainty around this anymore. And the other thing that locking dates does is it kind of does act as a forcing function of like, you actually do need to, to make sure you're actually shipping something.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a very important element of that. So yeah, effectively like the change in development model there, like back to locking dates, I think is just going to be way, way better.
I think a lot of Path of Exile players are going to appreciate that. And man, you answered both
True,
of my
Vela.
follow-ups with that. People are very excited to hear 4-month leagues. I do hear a little bit of an echo, Jonathan. I just want to point that out right now.
Okay, yeah, maybe you need to go down a little.
Just because everybody's going to hear it just a
can
little
you,
bit more.
Yeah, can you lower his volume down a little? Sweet. Yeah. All
Good?
right, all good.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, that's extremely exciting. Like, people have been yearning for the 4-month cycles again instead of the almost year long. It didn't make it to the meme. Did you guys consider like just extending it like 1 more month just for the meme?
No.
But the one no.
Look, our priority has just been like, no, we need to get a PoE 1 expansion out ASAP, right? Like we really want to make sure we're getting it as soon as possible.
And you broke glass in case of emergency. You were like, all right, Zana, it's time for you to come back. All right, here we go. Right? You knew everybody would love it. So. All right. Well, that was the only Path of Exile one related real question I had. Thanks so much for answering it right off the top. We'll get right into the Path of Exile 2 stuff, because all that is super exciting. But Path of Exile 2, man, it's been out since December. Okay, so we're at about 6 months at this point. I'm really curious about some of the stats around this. We obviously see numbers related to Steam, right? We almost hit 600,000 concurrents on Steam. I'm curious, though, because I'm one of the maybe dozens, correct me if I'm wrong, of people who play on the standalone. And then we obviously have the console audience as well. What has been like the numbers and reception on those platforms compared to Steam? Is it similar or much smaller?
So it is smaller, but it's not that much smaller. So effectively, I think we had around, I think the concurrency for 010 was something like 890 or something like that, like by the time for all the people on that one. So that's kind of where you sort of ended up. Console's definitely smaller. And I was actually talking about this recently because I was kind of wondering like why, so console I think is now about okay, well, there's another story behind this, but I think it's somewhere between 15 and 20. The answer to why we don't know the exact number is kind of another story, but that's
15 or 20,000 or percent.
That's a side note, but yeah, it's sort of between 15 to 20, and I think it could be larger. I sort of have a feeling that like console players are not as into early access as PC players are, so I think that could be an element. So we'll see about that. But yeah, effectively we sort of had about like 890-ish, something like that around 010. And then for 020, I was kind of like, okay, you know, you're always going to get a first launch dip, like compared to the first launch, right? So like it was going to go down. So my estimate was that we were going to have is around 500,000 on launch concurrents, and we ended up getting about 485. So it was like pretty close to what I was expecting.
Yeah.
That was kind of, you know, like that was pretty much around what I was expecting. So like I was pretty happy with that.
I mean, that's still huge. That's huge. That's like twice as big as any PoE 1 league almost.
So that's kind of where we ended up with that stuff. Now, you know, obviously the numbers will be larger when we actually get in full release, and then, you know, there'll come a point where, like, you know, instead of shrinking each launch, you'll be growing each launch. It's kind of like changes, you know, how these things work. Well, assuming we're doing a good job anyway. So you know, that's sort of what I imagine to happen. But it'll be really interesting to see what happens with 030. I've got my predictions, but you know, we'll see how things work.
Okay, well that's very cool. I'm curious. I'm not able to like pay attention to a lot of the reception in the other realms, of course, because we have US and Europe and, you know, Korea on one realm, and then we have the Chinese realms. How has the reception been like in China? Because PoE 2 Early Access came out over there too, yeah, right?
No, it actually didn't. So they're not out there yet. So there's a lot of people in China who are just playing on the international servers because, you know, they're just you know, they use a VPN or something like that. But actually it's not actually officially out there yet. So you know, we're actually it won't be too far away. I can't give you a date. Not that it necessarily matters to you per se, but you know, for all the people in China, it obviously matters a lot. Yeah, but it is going to be coming. It's not too much further away. I'm actually going to be taking a trip to China in a few weeks. We're going to chat to some of the players there. You know, and you know, have a chat, and, you know, so hopefully you know, they'll be pretty interested to see you know, when that release is going to be coming out.
Right.
Is the China server completely separate? It is completely separate from the like Western and Korea, Asian servers, right? They have their own thing. Yeah, different client and different servers. Okay, all right, yeah.
Is it going to be paid like our version, or is it going to release directly?
Yeah, it'll be exactly the same. Exactly the same thing. The price will be a bit different, you know, because different markets have different prices. But I thought, like, so I mean, it's funny because like Tencent were ultra keen for it to be free there, because they're like, oh, like in China, people don't pay to play games. And I'm kind of like, look, it would be so unfair to the rest of the world if in China it was free and in the rest of the world it wasn't for this period. So
why?
You know, basically I was like, okay, it just has to be it has to
True,
be
I
pay to play.
guess, actually.
As I said, the pricing will vary a little bit.
Okay, that's it. Yeah, I had absolutely no idea. Okay, well, cool to learn. That'll be interesting to see what the reception is like over there. Okay, awesome note.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's another kind of statistical question for you. I'm really keen on all this. So recently, you guys have been sharing a bunch of stats to do with the game, such as volatile plants, which are totally 95% of my deaths. Okay, they're apparently 50% of all end game deaths in the end game, and then like 1/3 of maps are hitting grotto. I'm curious, what are there any other like surprising stats like that, and are you using these stats in some surprising ways? I'd be awesome. I'd love to learn some about that.
So we traditionally have actually not been a very data-driven company. Like, we're more about just play the game and see what it's like. But recently, we did actually get a data person. They're really, really great. You know, like they play PoE, so like, you know, they know what they're looking for. Because this is always the worry I had, like getting data people. It's like, oh, you know, they're not going to really know what they're doing and stuff. So, you know, this data person's really, really good. You know. So we're getting stats like this. Now, I have to say, like, we could be getting a lot more about that, but stuff like the volatile plants thing was ridiculous. But I don't think I've got anything else to really talk to you about right now. Like, if there's anything really surprising, we probably will make a post about it, because, yeah, that one was crazy. But it's like, honestly, I'm honestly shocked that we didn't look at that sooner. Like, it's kind of crazy that... that we let that go on for as long as it did. Like, we checked like ages ago, like back, you know, in 010 days, there were things that we checked, but like it was really only surprisingly recently they're like, hang on a second, what is actually killing people? Let's actually find that out, because and it seems silly that we wouldn't have looked at that, but when we saw that, it's like, geez, something needs to change about that. So it's funny because like single things like that can have such an outsized impact on how the game plays.
Right.
And and sometimes players don't even necessarily realize it themselves. They might just kind of be like, oh, I'm dying all the time, and they don't even connect the dots of the fact that it's like the same kind of mechanics that are killing you. So I mean, I had heard, for example, through the grapevine, like a bunch of people had said to me, oh, chaos resistance is the amount of chaos res you can get is too low, and I'm kind of like, okay, well, I mean, it is
Actually,
supposed to be harder. That's like, geez.
I just want to go back a bit.
Something needs to change about that. So it's funny because like single things like that can have such an outsized impact on how the game plays.
Right.
And and sometimes players don't even necessarily realize it themselves. They might just kind of be like, oh, I'm dying all the time, and they don't even connect the dots of the fact that it's like the same kind of mechanics that are killing you. So I mean, I had heard, for example, through the grapevine, like a bunch of people had said to me, oh, chaos resistance is the amount of chaos res you can get is too low, and I'm kind of like, okay, well, I mean, it is supposed to be harder to get. Like there's various things like that. And it's like, okay, well, the actual problem isn't necessarily, I mean, maybe there still is a problem with that, but like the actual problem isn't necessarily that chaos res is too low. The problem is you've got this one frickin' mechanic that does chaos damage that's just like outsizedly killing people due to, how powerful it is. So,
right. It started with volatile crystals, and then it was volatile plants. And you guys did make changes. I think it was in the first 0.1 patch, 0.11. You gave it like an audio cue. I swear, they killed me more. I don't know what to say about it, but so I'm interested to see what changes are upcoming in 0.21 related to them. So.
Right. Well, I mean, I now that we've kind of gotten like an easy way to check this stuff, like we'll probably just have a check again about what's killing people and, check on that a bit more regularly. Like we should be doing more of that stuff. It's just that like, what I always worry about with data stuff is like, okay, if you just, if you go and just start looking at data without knowing what it is that you're looking for, sometimes you can kind of just like run into spurious things that just happen to have gone way or the other. And it's like if you look at enough data, you'll find weird outliers sometimes, but maybe those aren't actually important. Like sometimes they can just be outliers. So that's why I'm always a little bit hesitant. So I sort of like to always tell people like, okay, you have to know before you check the numbers what number is going to make you make a decision about this, because like if you don't know that before you go in, then seeing the numbers shouldn't really be the thing that informs that. It should be that like, okay, if it's above this, it's bad. If it's below that, it's okay, kind of thing. That should be the stuff you should be knowing before you actually check, because otherwise it can influence you can kind of like endlessly look at the stuff and it can drive you crazy.
Right.
That's kind of why I sort of view it that way. But
I remember my dad worked as a project manager for a long time, and he also spoke about this of like people who don't really understand the full picture would often panic when there was some kind of outlier, and they want to like rein it in without any kind of insider information, and like, oh, that thing is, I don't know, there's, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like a based on written data, and that can cause so much shit, especially with like bureaucrats and stuff. They say, oh, you need to sort this out. It's like, no, it's fine, actually. So I'm really glad he's saying that. Yeah. My fingers. I played ARPGs for like 30 years. Rip.
Obviously, here it was very important to see that, because that was a big one.
I know you said you don't have anything curious to share now. But are there any other like vectors you're looking at for alarming things besides stuff that's killing players? Just anything else in the game?
I want to hear him say how many. I don't know if they could check this, but like how many greater essences are being used by how many players? Like what percentage of certain crafting materials are being used by players? I would really love to hear that. But I don't know.
Well, the thing I'm doing a big data investigation for now actually is I need a better understanding. So like obviously there's got tons of people complaining about lag and disconnects and stuff like that. So I'm kind of like we've actually just like a couple of days ago, I haven't even had a chance to check it yet, made like a new data dashboard for seeing basically by data center and ISP where the problems are, because the problem is that if you look at things that as an absolute rate, it's like it's pretty minimal. But so what I suspected is like, oh, if you're on this ISP, if you're at this particular data center, if you've got those kinds of things, like that's where you've got problems. So we need to start investigating those like individual cases and start kind of getting on ISP's cases and saying, hey, look, this router is constantly having the problem at this time, that kind of stuff. And so we need to start sort of getting into that kind of level of understanding. So we've started now, like breaking down like when you log in, like we check which ISP you're with, we look at what data center you're connecting to, and then we're like recording basically on each like pair of those, like data center and ISP, like what the disconnection rate is. If there's some kind of spike, we can look into it. So we're just sort of starting now to get into that kind of level of thinking about that stuff. And so I'm hoping that with that, we should be able to improve some of that stuff soon.
Since we're on it too, I was going to ask about this later. Is this related to the DDoS attacks and instability for European servers? Because I know a lot of people
So
are
that
still
definitely
talking about.
Were those DDoS? Those, because a lot of folks on the EU were saying it was like constantly unplayable with rollbacks and shit. Was that a DDoS?
About that.
Right. So that's definitely has been a problem. We have been improving the situation with that
What
by
the
like, you know,
frick?
basically just working with the data centers and saying, hey, like, you know, what can you do? They've started adding a few extra things. I don't want to talk about too much about exactly what that is because that obviously informs people to like, you know, how to potentially get past it.
Right.
But yeah, we've been doing a little bit of that. But I like I wouldn't say that the DDoSing is like most of the problem anymore. Like they still happen, right? Like that they definitely happen. But I wouldn't say that's like most of the problem. So I'd say that there are other issues. I mean, they're yeah, as I said, they still happen, but it really is. I think it really is more down now to looking at individual routes, like you know, like working with the data centers to see, like you know, what the pairing is like between these different networks and stuff like that. It kind of is like the devil's in the details with the stuff. And we previously didn't have as many data centers. When we started PoE 2, we expanded into more data centers, you know, because we needed to just for the scale that we were talking about. And you know, like the pairing for the other data centers, we worked for years with providers, like you know, complaining about individual routes and talking about individual things, and it's like, and so it kind of meant that got to a point of stability. So you know, just as we've gone to new data centers, there's just teething problems of like, okay, like these particular things aren't working well. So yeah, we just need to do that work again and like go over it. But it's honestly, it's been so long since we actually were needing to worry about that stuff that I think we got out of practice on it, and so it's just something we need to get better at again, of just like working with all those providers.
That's good to hear. Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. This is a little bit of a spicy topic that I'd like to chat about.
Ooh.
Okay,
Yeah.
so all these patches for 0.2 have been great. They're bringing quality of life changes to the game, new content to the game with the chase items that we're going to talk about pretty soon. There's one aspect of the game that has not been touched in any of these subsequent patches past like launch week, and that's character balance. And I know you've talked to other people in the past about the reason you're not doing character balance is because
Try.
people had a very strong reaction during that initial start of early access. I'm curious if your thoughts on that might be changing, or if maybe there's a little bit of a different approach you can take to insert some changes to skills or the passive tree or other stuff during these patches, since like reception seems to be, I think, a lot better than initial launch. What are your thoughts on it?
Right. So if you're talking, there's two sides to this coin, right? There's the nerf and there's the buff.
Yes, exactly.
If you're talking about nerfs, you just can't do it, right? Like you just actually can't. And the reason you can't, and it's like even aside from whether or not people would be accepting of that, there is just this feeling you get when you go into a league and someone nerfed your build that you were playing already. You just feel like, my character is screwed. And like sure, you can respec, you can do these other things, but it still just has this feeling of like the game just like, you know, you were standing on a chair and it just got knocked out from under you. And like no matter, I think, what tools you give people for respecing, people just don't like sure, people can say, oh yeah, I guess I could respec, but like it just isn't great. It just feels bad, you know, like it just is something that it isn't fun. Now if you're talking about buffs, I actually am willing to do buffs mid-league. It is something we're willing to do. Now the issue there is just literally the bandwidth for people who can do that kind of balance. Like we really would need more of them in order to do character balance changes in the middle of the league. So effectively, the people who work on character balance are now working on PoE 1, right? There aren't many of them. There's really, I would say, 2 people who completely sight unseen can just make balance changes. There's a few more than that who can do it with like, you know, a lot of checking and so on. And it's like, you know, yeah, if those people are working on PoE 1, then we can't do like those kinds of easy things on PoE 2. So what that'll mean is as soon as PoE 1 comes out, like, you know, the expansion, immediately we're going to start doing patches for PoE 2, like even mid-league for some of that balance stuff. So like you're going to see in 0.2.2, you know, 0.2.3, you'll probably see like a bunch of like that kind of stuff happening, because that's at that point we can start doing it.
Is that because there's only 2 people who have like permission to do it, or is it there's only like 2 people who know the game well enough to do it? Which is, I mean, I could believe it. I'm guessing like Mark is probably one of them. How are you doing, Shister? Yeah, whirling assault. Do you mean whirling slash? Probably a bit of both. Yeah, know the game well enough. I mean, I kind of understand that. You can't, and like you were saying earlier, you can't just, it's not always just numbers. can't just say like, oh, this skill sucks, double the damage of it. Like, it might still just suck mechanically. Oh, Whirling Assault and Quarterstaff. Right. Feel like both are bad. If something is way out of line, obviously they're gonna fix it, and they have done that. I just hope that they do like more buff stuff. The issue is you could have fewer people to do it, but then you get the Dota League of Legends style. The skill is buffed by 1.3%. There's nerf by 0.7%. Yeah. Unless, like, what if they did... So think about this. They're doing 4-month leagues, right? That's what they said. What if they did a mid-league PoE 2 reset? So instead of only having balance every 4 months, they have it every 2 months, and they're like, all right, here is Dawn of the Hunt, and then 2 months later we're having Dawn of the Hunt 2, and they just keep doing that for every single league. And when Dawn of the Hunt 2 comes out, they do like a... no, but then I don't know if it's possible to have like a balanced server and then a non-balanced server, or like the same. Can you have that where you've got like a different patch on different leagues? Did you miss anything? A little bit, but not a ton. It is EA testing. Don't think of it as league. Nerf as you need it. Monthly is fine. Or have it, yeah, like have it, I think Guitaraholic in the past has said, have it on a set schedule. So, you know, once a month you do it, or once every 2 weeks you do it. Needing check, yeah. Oh, I don't know Whirling Assault. I haven't used that. Maybe, I feel like there's got to be a better solution, right? Because otherwise, you're only getting balance patches once 3 times a year on early access. It doesn't quite feel... Well, actually, it might be enough, man. It actually might be enough. Yeah, it needs to come with notice. Like, yeah, that's a good idea. Just give people notice. So say, like, at this, I don't know, like on the first Monday of every month, we're doing a big patch. These are all the changes, and then like 2 weeks before, you let people know this is what we're looking at changing. We're bringing this down. We're bringing this up. Yeah, and it's like on the front page. To be fair, if people are telling you they figure out the skill balance in 4 months, they're lying. What do you mean by that? Huh. We'll see.
So yeah, like that really is a problem. Honestly, if it is so hard to get someone to the point where they can do those kinds of things, it is like one of the hardest things. And I myself am not at the point where I can just make balance changes without someone checking it. Like it's like I can balance things for the early game, but those like subtle late game things are like seriously seriously crazy in terms of the amount of stuff you have to know and the amount of stuff you have to understand, like in order to know what's really going to happen there. So it's like, and that's really tough. And the thing that is bad about that especially is that like I can get something to feel good, like in the, you know, at the early game myself, but it's like if we're talking about like that later skill scaling stuff, like the stuff you need to really make it so that you've got the good build variety and you've got all that stuff, like that takes a lot of work. And I feel like we underestimated how much time that would take. But it's funny because looking back now, right, like the amount of years it took to actually get PoE 1 into a really good place in this regard was a long time. Like it was a long time. Now, I don't think it will necessarily take us that long again. Like I think we do, you know, there's some benefit of experience that we have. But it's certainly something where it's like, you know, to actually get a skill to the point of, you know, scaling into endgame correctly, it does take quite a lot of effort. And I think there was another sort of mistake as well we were making here is that, like, because in PoE 1, the expectation was like every skill can be your primary skill.
Yeah.
It meant that we paid more attention when thinking about each skill of like, okay, how is this exactly going to become the only skill you're using at endgame? Which wasn't like completely technically true, but it was kind of like, you know, there were definitely like most skills were kind of designed like this is your skill, right? This is the one you're using. With the comboing stuff, I feel like we actually lost sight of that a bit too much, because the assumption kind of was as well, you're using all sorts of different skills, so you don't have to worry too much about whether this skill scales or that skill scales. But actually, I feel like that was actually a mistake, because what it sort of meant was is that we had our eye off the ball a little bit of like, okay, how can this skill actually become good enough to be used in game? And the reason why you're seeing all these build variety concerns really is because of the fact that I don't think we put enough thought into that on an individual skill basis. So this is something we really want to fix. Like definitely, like we're going to do some fixing for this in during 020. Like after PoE1's out, we're going to be doing some of this. But a lot of it is going to come in 030. Like this is a major objective basically for what 030 is going to be doing, is like fixing this problem, making sure that more stuff scales in endgame to make it in-game viable.
So important.
And like that's something that I think that we didn't think about really enough during 020. Especially like that, and that I think was probably like a huge part of why the reception for that was. I mean, there were various reasons, right? But that was a thing I think that is like a major reason why 020 didn't land as well as it should have.
Yeah, man, it's like you're right. PoE2 is going to be so good with this mindset. It's really, really good hearing these answers, whether it's just like admitting, yeah, no, I think that was a mistake. We don't want to do that. I think they really were obsessed over the combo stuff, and I mean, like, people, let's face it, like, that's not what Path of Exile is. That's not what Path of Exile is. I do have some builds where you do use some combos and stuff, but the pace of the game isn't set up for that, right? Oi. Sashiro, Guitaraholic, do your job. Time him out. Time out the mod. He's being toxic.
So like that stuff there, it's like, so basically we're just gonna be paying a lot more attention to that stuff. And like I've already got like various ideas. Like in some cases it's gonna also have to involve skills. Like it might be that for some archetypes there just isn't currently a skill that really is like the in-game like level of scaling, the level of like AoE sort of clear stuff that you need. Like some archetypes just don't have that, and so that's something that we need to fix by either changing radically how a skill works or adding new skills to make that happen. So that's kind of a real focus of that. And what I am now also saying, especially now with the new development model, like, okay, the data's fixed, the content is not. That might mean that the class we are planning on adding might not make it. Now, I think it will, but if it had to not make it in order to make it so that all of the rest of the classes we already have are good, then we will do that trade-off.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine, dude. The thing is, there is so much stuff in Path of Exile 2 already. People are like, oh, there's nothing to do. There's a shitload of stuff to do in Path of Exile 2 right now. If they rebalance like all the endgame content, all the builds, a whole lot of skills, that is plenty of stuff to do for the next 4 months while they get the next stuff. So yeah, that's fine, Jonathan. That's fine. We're fine with this. It's okay. I don't Druid's cool. We'll get it when we get it. Rather make other stuff fun in the meantime.
And that is not the mindset we were in when we were coming up to 020. It's kind of like the class is the most important thing. Everything else is secondary, which I think in retrospect was the wrong way to look at things.
Yeah.
So now it's like the existing experience of the existing classes is the pinnacle thing. Everything else is like, we'll do it if we can. And obviously we have to still be adding lots of content. And there's the whole side of the company that makes, new areas and, like new monsters and all that stuff, right? That's all sort of just going on. But in terms of like character work, right? The focus is more now on like make sure that the existing classes are good and make sure that experience is good than it is on make sure there is a new class. So, like that's.
Hello? 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 Are you... That was... I know you can hear me. It was Tolemi. I timed him out and then he phoned me. I just wanted to know if he was going to actually talk.
It's a change, I would say, in how we look at things.
No, that sounds like a substantial change, especially with being okay with buffing things mid-league. That's not as soon as, this cycle. Awesome.
Right.
I want to push or question just a little bit on the nerfing end, okay? So the buffs sound great with nerfs. Let's take, pull it out of a hat. Lightning Spear. Oh my God. Okay, so say Lightning Spear. I think a lot of people very quickly came to the either realization or the opinion that Lightning Spear was like the only viable skill in Endgame. They moved on very quickly. They started playing other games and just left. People who stayed discovered, okay, actually, Lightning Spear isn't the only viable thing. There's all this other stuff you can try out. But because it ran rampant through the community, like a lot of people just decided, okay, I play Lightning Spear, and there's no reason to even try anything else, and then they quit.
Yep, you're right.
You think,
it was really bad.
So I'm curious, do you think that outweighs the negatives of perhaps doing a mid-league nerf onto that while providing like a respec, saying, hey, Lightning Spear.
I understand. Look,
yeah, I'm just curious.
I'm with you in theory completely, right? I do understand that, but in practice, we would not be getting any friends. Right, like the people who you say leave because they're done because they did Lightning Spear and then they were done. Those same people would have been done instantly if we had nerfed it. Like I really don't think that they would have moved on, and it's just one of those things that like it's just the reality of this is just so harsh in terms of like how that works.
So for example, like I think like was it the cast on crit change in 0-1? Was that like evident in the like player graphs essentially? Like when you saw that happen,
well, I mean, absolutely. Like I mean, not even just graphs, just reactions and everything, right? Like it is. Yeah, that kind of stuff, it's really harsh. And look, nerfs are always going to be unpopular, but as I said, the mid-league nerf it is unfair to someone who is making the character. It really is. And it's like, I really do believe that no matter how much respecking and stuff that you allow, it still is the case that people just feel really bad about it. So yeah, it really sucks that kind of thing kind of like screwed with the meta a lot. But even though that happened, I would say that it's not like there weren't still problems. Like, there are more viable things than maybe players say, but then at the same time, there aren't enough viable things for what we want to deliver, right? So, like that's something that we just need to focus on anyway.
Well, bringing up the floor is going to be a great solution, and I'm pretty excited to see those after the 3.26 expansion comes out. Awesome. All right. So I want to stay on the topic of balance for a little bit, but we're gonna tighten it a little bit, the focus. So I want to talk about skill scaling in particular. So for example, like storm mages as a skill, they're lightning based, but lightning elemental damage doesn't scale them, nor will projectile damage or anything related to like that archetype. It's just minion damage. Are you guys open to like adding more tags to some of these gems to allow for a little bit more diversity in how you scale some of these more niche skills? Or is there a reason that you guys are like limited a little bit?
I actually am open to that particular case. Like that particular case is one that I was actually advocating for, but there's like various pressures for various reasons in the studio about like, how things should work, like making things consistent and stuff like that. And there's also just like complexity of implementation and so on. Like there's a lot of like all of that, those changes, because we have so many stats, they just end up taking a huge amount of time. And one of the things that's interesting is like, every stat that existed in PoE 1 is still in the PoE 2 code base. And in theory, a designer they don't want those stats to be broken because like they might want to use them, right? And so what that means is that every single stat sort of like change in the way that thing works. It's like, not only are we supporting all the stats that currently exist in PoE 2, but every single stat that ever worked in PoE 1 is also getting maintained in this code base because they're all still there. And so that means it's like the ability to change like one of these things, it actually takes longer than you might expect. But what it does mean is that we've got like a huge pile of stuff that like, when we need something, it's like half the time this already exists, right? It's just right there. We just use it. But yeah, it just means that like there's a lot of stuff to do something like that. So we discussed this change about having, like basically look, I remember it even came up because when we're like, okay, like when you're using SRS, a lot of people would consider that feels like a spell, right? Like, so therefore, like in PoE, the way that you understand as a PoE player is, well, that's a minion, so of course it scales this way and all that, and that's fine, right? But like, if you're just a new player just turning up for the first time and you see that, you're probably expecting that your spell damage is going to increase the damage that thing does.
Right.
So, like it's stuff like that kind of means that like, in some ways I would like to make these sorts of changes, but it is a bit of a fight sometimes about like, how that should work. And once again, as I said, it doesn't help that on the other side of that, there's the people saying, well, yeah, but changing this is going to take frickin' ages because we got to change all these stats, right? So they've always got that on their side kind of as an extra part of the argument there. So there's always that thing. So, but the thing is, like, so what you're saying there about changing that is one way we could potentially make some skills scale better. Like, it's an option that we have and one that I'm willing to explore. But like, as I said, I think that it isn't necessarily that one thing. It's sort of many different elements that we can do. Like, it can be changing functionality. It can just be like, like just adding the ability for, well, yeah, just other elements of the skill that can make us allow it to scale with other stats that we already have without necessarily changing how they work. But I mean, as I said, both ways can work, and I am totally open to it for sure.
Awesome. Okay. Good to hear. And Here's another one that I'm really curious about, because personally, going into PoE 2, I thought I was going to use weapon swap so much, dude, and I ended up not using it. And I think one of the reasons why is because there's that like that weapon swap speed penalty that still exists in the game, and you guys are encouraging combo-based builds, but at the same time, it's a little discouraged. So I'm really curious, one, about your thoughts on either altering this or removing it entirely, because I do know that there's like 3 passives on the south side of the tree that lowers the amount of time, but that's it. There's no other way to kind of smooth that out.
What I wanted to do was to make it scale with attack speed. But
but
as soon as we said that, we're like, okay. So like the theory was, it sounds so easy, right? You're like, okay, right. So whatever weapon you're switching to, you look at the attack speed of that, because you want the local attack speed modifiers to work, right? Like that's the first thing, is you can't just use global attack speed, it won't scale enough. It has to work with the weapon that you're actually swapping to. And so then you're like, okay, so sure, you look at the local attack speed mods of that weapon, and that should be able to make it work. But then it's like, okay, so what happens then when the thing you're swapping to is a staff? It doesn't have attack speed mods. It's like a different thing. It's like, okay, shit, what do we do now? There's like questions there. So effectively, like there was all these kind of questions around this that kind of came up, and then we ended up not doing it. But it's still something to do, because I agree that there's a problem. We have to make it so that I don't think we can remove it. And the reason why is because immediately would mean that something like anything that gives you sort of like mobility options that other weapons have would probably become a little bit too easy. If it was just like literally 0 swap time, like you would just be raking all day, so that's kind of thing. So everything else would become, you know, and look, you could argue there's a problem with rake and whatever.
Is everybody already raking? No.
yeah, sure. But effectively, look, I agree with you that by the time you get to endgame speeds, you do need like something about that to change. And the way I think is to care about like attack speed and like something. We just need to work out exactly how that can work. And I do think that it is something that I want to try and address in 0.3 if we can. I just need to sort of see like exactly how it can work. But
what if there was like an implicit, not like an implicit, but what about if it was just like a modifier on gloves or something, like weapon swap speed? Or I guess then it's like, then it's chowing out, it's like chomping up a modifier. But the thing is, if you rebalance attributes and stuff and skill and item requirements, then you're gonna end up with a whole lot more free suffixes on your gear. So you could then say like, okay, we're nerfing how many attributes are required to equip skills. Therefore, you should have like on average 4 empty suffixes, and then you could say like, okay, I'm gonna get like 50% weapon swap speed on my gloves or on a weapon. But on weapons, weapons is a little bit tricky, because then if you have one weapon with good weapon swap speed and one that doesn't, what about like having it as a rune or something, or a bench craft? I don't know. But anytime you use weapon swap with your crossbow build, swapping for 1 sec to switch, and then you can use throw. Yeah, I don't really love the weapon swap thing. Like I hardly use it. I hardly use the alternate tree thing. Bring and see.
Yeah, I agree. There's a problem, and we need to fix it. Yeah. I will mention that like Mark's playing a build where he's using weapon swap, like, you know, like that's, you know, so he's kind of like, you know, it does work. Like he says, like it could be better, but it's not like unviable from his perspective. But look, I think it just probably just needs to be faster with some kind of way of scaling off attack speed.
Yeah, I think people use it. It just feels a little.
What if? Okay, I've got another idea. What if just all characters were turned into Shiva, and they all had 4 arms, and then there was no weapon swap? You could just hold 2 weapons in your 4 arms, and then you can just choose. Yeah, so we just like go Goro. We can all just be Goro, and then you can have like, then you can have 2 weapons. Check it out. This is the solution, Jonathan. This is the solution to your problem. We just go Goro. There. Plus 2 arms. What if this was like a really rare modifier that we could have on our gear? Plus 1 arm. I think that sounds great. Or maybe they could just look at how Light Radius? No, Light Radius is really sick in PoE 2. Unironically, it's really cool. I wish there was more. I wish Light Radius was more common during the campaign and stronger. It's so good. Talkative Tri. Yes. How you doing, Talkative Tri? The stupid ass. You're not a stupid ass. You're doing freaking excellent so far. This is brilliant. You're asking really good questions. The vibes are great. Oh no. Okay, we'll just wait for Talkative Tri. We'll just wait for Talkative Tri to get back from his ad break. Poor guy isn't subbed. Character modifier. Every time you make a character, there's a 0.0001% chance you get 2 additional arms. Toxic Tri. Doesn't someone want to gift Puss Talkative Tri a sub so he doesn't have to sit through the ads? Oh, are you back? How's it going, Tri? I was just saying that this is like brilliant so far. You're not a stupid ass. You're freaking nailing this. It's excellent. Questions are really good. Aww. Michael, thank you. Legend. It's their first time gifting a sub. Amazing. The reception is peak. Has it been really good? If you want to, I don't know if you're busy or anything, but if you want to hop on stream and chat at some point, just shout and we can do it. But I know you're busy. I know you got stuff to do. But if you ever want to, it would be really cool to do like an interview retrospective where it's like, I think this went well, this went well. Yeah. The toxicity just skyrocketed. Yeah, I mean, there are some people who are just ridiculous, dude. I don't even mind. Do I mind poor sound quality? No? Do you want to chat? I mean, we're only like 30 minutes in. Is there stuff that you want to say about it? I don't mind poor sound quality. Yeah. Dude, you're doing so well. You're doing so well with these interviews. Like, all the practice you've done with all the streamer interviews means that these interviews are just like, they don't feel like weird or like overly confrontational, but you're still getting tons of information out of it, which I love. Yeah. Jonathan's mic was cutting out a bit, but I think it was, yeah, no, I think it was his end. I'm very curious. Once we're done here, we can read the 51,000 views. Holy crap. And you're getting a whole lot of subscribers. The numbers are going up again. There is hope. I think I'm still on, I think my subscriber count for May is minus 73. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? You pop in Discord for a moment? Okay. Not a single? I've seen it. Where is the Talkative Tri? Oh, yeah. All right, let's check the tour. How can you minus 73 sub? Because people unsub.
Hello?
Hello. How?
Can you hear me fine?
I can. Let me just turn you down a little bit.
Oh, am I booming?
You are, but it's fine. I'll just turn you down a little bit. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I figured I'm just sitting on my couch with my 9-month-old. She can't sleep, so I'm letting my wife and older daughter sleep, but I'm just sitting here and she's just jumping up and down. So
oh, that's so cute. How do you feel
yeah,
about
man,
the
it went really
interview?
well. I didn't
Good?
get to see the beginning of your stream. What is your reaction to the 4-month cadence
Dude,
for PoE 1, PoE 2? I thought that was the biggest juice, and it came out swinging.
So excited. That was like the best thing I wanted to hear, because like if you play PoE 1 and PoE 2, we're getting 6 leagues a year if they stick to that. Like amazing.
And the thing is, I in the moment, so it's really funny. The Path of Exile 1 subreddit reaction to that was,
yeah.
I almost memed on Jonathan as kind of a joke, because one thing that a lot of people were, I think, a little miffed about, I don't know if I've done it a lot in the interview yet, but I was very casual. You know, I said, dude, I think I said bro once, which I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I said that. But I was very jokey with the interview, and it seemed, I was watching Jonathan the entire time. That's why I wasn't looking into the camera much, because I was actually watching him. He was very just open, and he was elaborating on everything, and he was like, pretty happy the entire time, which was good. I think that makes for a much better interview, and I think he's a lot more what is like available or willing to elaborate on certain things that might be a little bit of a hot topic and
Yeah,
reveal a little bit more. And that was really nice. So
100%. Yeah.
I almost said the and what is the Azaro quote? An aspirant can afford to be promising, and emperor must keep those promises.
Oh,
I almost said that.
that would have been amazing.
But it was fine.
He would have been like, "What is that? Where is that? What's that
and
from?"
And that would have been bad. Bad clip. Bad clip.
Oh, that's so, yeah. No, the vibes on this are excellent, and it does feel like less confrontational. Like that Ziz interview, that was. I mean, I kind of feel we needed that Ziz interview at that time, but this is just really cool. Like the questions you're asking are really good. We're getting lots of good answers from him. He seems really chilled. Just like feels like things are calming down a bit at last.
Yeah, he mentioned it too at the beginning. You know, he's self-aware. I think he was like, "I'm going to bed at 8 o'clock tonight. All right, nobody's gonna wake me up. Right, I'm gonna be on stream tomorrow, so I'm gonna get a good night's sleep." So I think he prepped for it. You're coughing. Are you serious? Do you just want to be heard on stream? You want to be heard to some people? That's what it is. Yeah.
What is the time there? Is it like 4 a.m.?
No, it's 7 a.m.
Oh,
right now.
okay.
So,
All right.
yeah, so I'm not working yet. But I'm awake, and it was really hard to go to sleep last night because it was quite the high after that chat.
Oh, I bet. Do you still get really nervous for them?
Dude, I had to swap shirts. I had to pull a Sir Gog because I sweat so much while prepping and during work throughout the day that I already had pit stains.
Oh no.
So 5 minutes before the interview, I had to swap into a different shirt. So anybody watching, like, you know, the stream will see like a little short shirt swap going on. But yeah, I was hella nervous. But as soon as I got into the call, and we were just doing the sound checks, and I was hearing myself echo, and Jonathan was like, yeah, I have you on speakers today because the earbuds are really annoying. I don't know, that moment, like, there's like usually a moment where you just check in and you're like, oh, he's literally just another dude.
He's just a dude.
We're both
yeah.
humans. We're very chill. Like, oh, I'm using headphones because I'm having audio issue. And we chatted for like 30 seconds about that. And it just humanizes everyone.
Yeah.
And you just get into the actual conversation. And it was fine. It was fine, but I was hella nervous leading up to it. Yeah.
That's good. You don't show it. You never show it, I must say. Yeah.
No, it's good, man. I think you're really gonna like it.
I'm very excited.
Well, you're gonna like 95% of it.
95? Oh no.
Is there the 5% that you may not like?
Uh-oh. Oh no. Okay, I think
it's okay though.
I think I can predict what it's gonna be.
Stats. I saw you said no spoilers, so I don't want to spoil it for you.
Yeah. And everyone has been very nice so far. I'm very excited. I'm guessing the 5% has to do with something to do with crafting. But look, I've toned it down. All right. I will accept whatever they give to us. And by the way, good job on saying when there was that echo with Jonathan, like actually just stopping and calling it out. Like I've edited so many podcasts, and a lot of hosts will not stop the interview when they hear stuff like that. So yeah,
I wanted to.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good because sometimes you'll be like, dude, there is like this horrible scratching sound the whole time, and everyone hears it, and no one's saying anything, and it's just like stressing everyone out. And you're like, please say something, and you just did. Like the first second you heard it, you're like, just hold on, there's echo, done, sorted, perfect, great job.
Yeah, okay. I'll make sure to call that out in the future too. There's a little bit of a mic clipping. Their noise gate was set a little too high. But
can you adjust the ratio on your compressor? Yeah. It's like it's not that bad really. It's not that bad. But I'm saying you call out like the obvious thing, which is really good.
Thank you.
So yeah.
And one brief spoiler, you know, at the very end, Jonathan says, you know, we're really excited for the next one. So, you know, Lolcohol will have to, I'm going to try to make it happen.
Wait,
the group
really?
interview, I really want that for hopefully 030. It sounds like it's going to be a banger, dude.
Really?
So we'll see if so yeah, no spoilers. He gets into some stuff about 030. So I think that you'll really like.
Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so
Yeah.
excited. I can't wait.
Okay. I
Good.
wanted to pop in just for a moment, but yeah, everything's going well. There's some I looked at because guys, as much I am literally the casual PoE guy. I watched Sir Gog's videos for like news still. Like this morning I listened to it and then I went down to the comments. Dude, the top comment is thank you for summarizing this so I don't have to listen to this terrible try guy.
Why?
That's like 100 likes and 50 comments on a
God.
freaking 4-hour-old video. Engagement gold mine for Sir Gog. I'm happy.
Yeah, there you go. Actually, just say Talkative Tri's name, instantly 50% views.
I can't even believe it, man. Like,
You're in
it's
everyone's
surreal.
heads. You're in everyone's
It's
head,
surreal.
and that's what you want as a content
rent-free.
creator.
Rent-free.
Rent-free.
But everybody's been really enjoying it. So
Awesome.
for the most part. So I hope you do too, man.
I will. I am already. Good. Are you gonna go get your day started?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go change her. I think she had a little bit of a pee, so we're gonna
Well-
change you. Yeah, she's trying to say hi. Can you say anything? She can't talk yet, so probably not gonna say anything. She's touching the phone.
That's so cute.
All right, man. We'll have a good stream. I'll probably tune in a little bit for the rest of it.
Good. All right. Catch you later. Thanks for coming to chat.
All right, 100%. Bye, Lolcohol.
Bye. Bye, Trey. Okay. Cool. We got a little bit of back end information. She's had a bit of Reddit, so she. All right. Cool. Let's keep going. So where were we? We're on the weapon swap. The stream's just gonna go downhill from here. Why? Because Talkative Tri's not here anymore. He said he'll hang in chat. He just needs to change the baby. He just got to change the baby. Hi, Shilcohol. What? Why am I a shill? Am I a shill because what did I do? All right, let's keep going.
Clunky, especially when you're in endgame and like you want to quickly swap between abilities.
Yeah.
and
As
stuff
I said, I'm pretty sure the
makes sense.
speed.
Wait, what did I do? Oh my goodness.
The speed will make a huge difference. That's
100%. Yeah.
That's the thing. Yeah.
All right. A little extra question on weapon swap. So there was supposed to be a lock weapon tech coming in 0-2.
Yes.
Not in
so
yet.
Still haven't done it yet.
What happened?
We will get there. We'll get there.
Okay.
I swear it should be in 0-3. It really should. Like hopefully they'll be getting one of those QOL videos before too long with that one in it.
Okay, cool.
It hasn't been finished yet.
Okay, and then staying on weapons just for one more moment. A lot of skills currently, well, like pretty much all skills are locked to a single weapon type. Are you guys open in the future to expanding that?
Yes. Good question. Is my mic working okay? My mic's fine, right?
That range of possibilities. I think like my friend Dreamcore, he used the example of being able to falling thunder using a mace and a quarterstaff.
Why not?
You know, it would like open up some cool tech and like unique item possibilities. And everything. Is that something you guys
Wait, you can't hear me? What? No. What?
are ever looking to do, or are you firmly
I
one skill,
don't
one weapon?
think that I would. I don't think that I would want to do it, like just as a kind of a base feature like that, because, like a lot of the identity of the weapons is, comes from that. Now, what I do think is important is like, okay, if you want to do, something with falling thunder, like ideally weapon swap is the way you achieve that. And so if weapon swap isn't good, then that means that synergy isn't going to be good. So like that, I feel, is the way to solve that, is just make the weapon swapping better. That being said, like I do think that you can make things possible using uniques, right? Like you can have a unique mace that lets you use quarter stuff, because that might not necessarily be exactly that combo, but like what I'm saying is you can do stuff like that, and like more uniques is going to really be able to unlock those types of things.
That'd be awesome.
So that just comes down to like making more build enabling uniques that can do that kind of stuff. But I do think it's important to keep the identity of the different weapon classes, and yeah, it's the weapon swap where just making that better will make those cross-class things more viable.
I just heard the animators screaming from a few rooms away when you said they're going to allow that. So, oh God.
Well, thankfully, it's a lot easier to animate on the PoE 2 rigs, so
Thank goodness.
it should. But yeah, as I said, it really is more of a unique thing, I would say.
Okay, awesome. Well, that sounds cool. All right, so this is on progression and the Atlas skill trees. So presently, and this is I guess is more of a personal / casual dad gamer question for you. Sorry. Right now, it feels like there was a large time investment in to access not the entire trees, but just the initial like 2 points, maybe, right?
Yeah.
To fight your
Okay.
first
100%.
audience for the king and everything. And I'm wondering if you guys are okay with what the progression's at. And I know you guys have been constantly lowering the amount of time it takes by.
Wait, I just wanna check my mic. I mean my cable because it's doing something weird. I can hear like a weird crackling in my headphones, but that's not you guys. That's me. All right.
Splinter count. So this is a prediction. Like there was a
I'm back.
large time investment in to access not
Wait.
the entire trees, but just
Wait, you didn't hear that, did you? I muted the thing. I muted the thing.
the initial like 2 points, maybe, right? To fight your first
100%.
audience for the king and everything. And I'm wondering if you guys are okay with what the progression's at. And I know you guys have been constantly low.
I don't know what to believe anymore. I'm just getting gaslit the whole time.
Lowering the amount of time it takes by upping splinter counts, making things more common. So I'm wondering, do you think with the new updates you're going to be in a better position? And why do you think you were in this position in the first place? Like, did you just miscalculate how long it was going to take people to reach these things? Because it was a lot of time in.
Yeah. There's a few things. So one of them is that for sure, just miscalculating the amount of time, like definitely the case. But the other problem is that we don't have enough content in each of the kind of in-game league mechanics at the moment. Like, I mean, there was supposed to be more breach bosses than just one, right? And like we have the models, right? We've got stuff that we'll do. Like it will happen at some point, right? And it's like all of that stuff exists. It's just that like it isn't in yet. And so it's like what that sort of led to is a situation where you've got this big gulf in the middle of the progression of each of those leagues, right? Like there isn't kind of like you start breach and it's cool when you start, and there's a kind of a big gulf and then you get to the end of it. It's like there needs to be more of that middle stuff kind of in there to kind of like, you know, fill into, to give you points to kind of have more of that progression
That
going,
makes
going
sense,
on.
man.
So it's like,
right.
what I would say is like, to run with that example, it's like I wouldn't consider breach to be finished, right? Like there is more stuff that needs to be there, but to make that a full thing, and that's what we need to be doing, expanding and automate that. So like, I mean, there is tons we would do, right? Like with that stuff. Like the onboarding of it's not good enough. Like there's just it's all the progression stuff around it. And it's just not enough content, right? We just need more content. Now, unfortunately,
10 breach bosses confirmed. What are their names? Zesh? Hello? Wait, did someone just knock at my door? Just give me a sec. I'm scared. Okay, I'm not being invaded. I'm fine.
I don't know. Like, I mean, we'll get more of it in 030, but I don't know that I would say it's fixed yet in 030. Like, that is something that we will be continuing to add. Like it's one of the things that I think is up there in terms of the tiers of problems that we have, for the end game. But like I would say what I'm saying is like, I think we know what the problem is and we know how to fix it. It's just really the time to make all that content and like get all those bosses and get all that stuff done. So we're with each expansion we're chipping away at it, we're adding more stuff.
You actually made me look.
And like that'll get better. But it will just take a little while to just get all of that in and sort of get it done. So I would just say there's more content that we wanted to add to all of these than what was added, and then therefore that'll come in as we go.
So there'll be like different choke points essentially where you're going to hit these different tiers.
I mean, you get more of the stuff. Like I mean, if you compare like Breach and PoE 1 to PoE 2, like there's just more stuff going on with it in terms of like the different types of different types of breach encounters and the different breach bosses and stuff like that. Like there's just more going on. So like that's the kind of thing you need, and like that level of content is what you need to kind of make it good. So yeah.
Okay.
More stuff will happen. We'll get there. Like it'll happen. But it just takes a little while to get to that point.
Okay.
So as I said, might not. In 030 we'll make improvements, but I think it's probably more like 040 where that'll really start to come together.
Okay. How do you feel about the dichotomy between something like Breach Splinters, which I'd argue is rather deterministic at this point, versus an audience with a king and accessing the ritual boss and needing to find it in a ritual and defer it? Like, do you guys like that there's differences there, or?
I mean, personally, I do. Like, I like it when content feels different as much as possible. Like, there was certainly discussion, like when we were talking about being able to make, like have it be early, because one of the things we wanted to make sure we're doing is that, like, for the earlier difficulty levels, it's easier to get the audiences and so on. And so then we started talking about, how are we going to do that for ritual? Maybe we need to add splinters to that. And I was kind of like, no, I don't really want to just have it so that every in-game pinnacle just works the same way. Like, I like there to be feeling like there's differences in how they all work. So ideally we can sort of keep the flavor and different sort of ways of interacting with these things if we can.
Okay. I want to throw this in there. Who made the call to vacuum Breach Splinters? Was there anybody who just said,
this is our king/queen, whoever it is, who decided?
It's time, let's do it.
Just, Jonathan, steal the credit for you. Steal the credit for yourself. Everyone will love you forever.
It was probably Mark, I would say. It wasn't me, but yes, probably Mark. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. That was a pretty cool change, I gotta say. Okay. This one has to do with monsters specifically, Jonathan, and it's something we chatted about in December, and I was really hyped about it. I'm curious to hear.
Are you gonna ask about the rare monsters? Please. Yes. One of the biggest things is like monster identity is completely whitewashed by monster modifiers, right? Like you don't know what the frick you're fighting against. You're just fighting against rare modifiers again. I can't wait to hear what he says.
Thoughts? So when we last talked, you spoke about how normal and magic monsters will be different compared to rare monsters, not only in terms of the random modifiers that spawn on them, but the fact that, let's say, a vulture demon that is rare will have an extra actual ability compared to a magic or common vulture demon. I've never noticed those in game. Are those still in game? And I'm just not noticing them?
I know what you mean. So it didn't actually happen as much as I had expected that to actually happen. So I think there's probably like 3 monsters or something like that ended up actually doing that, and like that was way less than what we expected. Like I know one of them is like the Death Knights have an extra ability and like a few things like that. But so like there's stuff like that, but it's like it didn't actually happen as much as I wanted. It's one of those things where, like, if I had time, I would go and do a bunch of that stuff. And like, we thought we were adding more of them than we actually ended up doing. So that's kind of what sort of ended up happening more is like more of the specific balance sort of happened, but less of the like extra abilities happened. And that I think what the issue is that
the Death Knight the one that when you hit it with the projectile, he fires something back at you? But the normal ones do that. What does a rare Death Knight do? Don't the normal Death Knights do that as well?
So effectively, there's a lot less monsters that can be rare than can be the monster set. Like a lot of monsters are just disabled from being rare because they don't make a good rare fight. And the intention to fix that is to make it so that when we have a monster where we say this can't be a rare because it's it doesn't have enough going on with it, that's where we wanted to add a new ability to make that happen. So it really is just more work to do that, but it's sort of hard to make that the thing that's more important than like effectively like resources got pulled off and put onto a bunch of other things. And so that's like one of those things I really think I'd like going, but at the moment we just as I said, it's on like 3 monsters and we need to do more later, I'd say.
All right, I thought I wasn't saying it, so I just wanted to confirm that. And I was also curious. There are some monsters that instill like fear and horror into people when they play PoE 2. Are there any? Is there any specific one monster that makes you like clench up when you hear it or see it on screen?
I mean,
A lot of people
Funny
hated
thing,
those
like,
vultures that leapt, four
Right.
screens away. Like people.
Those are scary, but that is good monster design. That is really good monster design. Except okay, all right, fine. But don't make it sort of like jumps on you from the other side of the screen. But I like it when monsters have. I think this is one of the biggest shortfall of just ARPGs in general these days. Is just monster and Diablo 2. I always go back to Diablo 2. Diablo 2 is the last, well, probably one of the only ARPGs that did this so well, which is monster identity is king and very strong. Every single monster has a very strong identity. You got your burning souls that shoot lightning beams. You've got your undead soul killers that explode when you kill them. You've got like other monsters that will like shoot projectiles and do all these interesting things. Even if those things get rare modifiers, they still, you are fighting the monster. You're not fighting molten shell. And they've still got this in PoE 2. I don't know how you change that. Miso,
BD's best friend.
Scam Raid. How you doing, Miso? We're watching the Talkative Tri interview with Talkative Tri. Welcome in, Miso enjoyers. You got to take out the trash. Catch you soon on Talkative Tri. Thanks for hanging out. We really peaked with D1. How's the stream? How's PoE 2 going? Have you seen the interview yet? It's not possible with the current visual clutter, maybe, yeah. Try leaving the second you get here. It's like, oh, Miso's here. That reminds me, I gotta take out the trash. I don't think, it's just a coincidence, alright? It's just a coincidence. Stood out in combat even more. Yeah, maybe. I don't know how to do it. I'm not a game designer. It's just like Diablo 2 does it, and it's weird. Diablo 2 doesn't feel slow, but it's still, the combat does still, it's like slow enough that individual monsters' identities are maintained. Take out the Miso. No, Miso's not trash. Miso is the opposite of trash. Miso is a treasure.
Hated those.
I mean, the funny thing in Endgame is it's probably the frickin' what do you call them? Quill crabs are probably the thing that's the most.
Or the serpents.
But it's funny. The answer is so different in Endgame versus not. Like in the campaign, my favorite monster is the Eternal Knight. Like I really love that thing. It's just like one of my favorite monsters, just because I like how like the counterplay you have to do with it and that kind of stuff. But you know, in Endgame they just kind of end up dying. It's like doesn't really matter.
I think that was my first hardcore death. Was to the Eternal Knight.
Right. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. All right. Before we get into actual Dawn of the Hunt specific stuff, two more questions about the general game. So one of them might be pretty quick. Originally, when you guys were pitching Path of Exile 2, the pitch was every...
By the way, go give Miso a follow. I promise you. Stop what you're doing. Just click quickly. Look at the screen. Okay, quick. Stop. Look. You see the follow Miso? Just quickly click that and then hit follow. I promise you, 1,000,000% you will not be disappointed. You'll be like, oh frick, yes, this guy's rad.
Every zone is going to have like a boss in it. Now I know right now during early access, not every zone has a boss. Like all of them have like cool encounters and the like, but not all of them have a boss encounter. Is the plan still for every zone to have a big boss, or is it a little bit more dispersed throughout the campaign now?
I want that to happen. I don't know if it'll happen for release or not. Like so we have bosses for these, right? Like all of the areas in the game, we have a boss that's for that area. It's just that not all of them are finished, and you know, it's about getting time to finish making them. So it's kind of like, okay, like certainly the promise of having 100 bosses will be like 100% like over delivered as far as like, you know, getting like once we get to release. As to whether or not every single area will have a boss at release, potentially not. But it's like we do have all the bosses sitting there like waiting to actually just get all the VFX and get all the stuff like there. Like it's just we just have to get them done. So like I eventually we will definitely get there because, you know, like as I said, the bosses are just sitting there. We just need to freaking make them. You know, like, you know, we have models, we've got rigs, we've got all that stuff, you know, it's just we don't have the animation finished and the VFX done and like all the actual design work that needs to happen to actually make it good. Yeah, like as I said, still the plan. It's just that, you know, there might be other things that feel more important to us to do rather than add a boss to one particular random zone during the campaign, you know?
That makes total sense. Excited to hear though that they're there, they're just waiting for balance. Okay, cool.
Right.
All right, before we get into the specific zero,
Actually, now that I think about it, you're right. Not every area does have a boss. I'm thinking of like Modern Quarry. Modern Quarry doesn't currently have a boss. So you're saying there's going to be bosses for all of them? All of them? Oh, someone give Shister. Someone needs to give Shister a gifted sub. Poor guy always has to sit through the ads. Sorry, Shister. Oh, he can't hear it.
0 and 021 balance and additions. I'm really curious. Obviously, you guys are getting a ton of critical feedback to the game, and Mark really likes bingo cards. What is the best place for us to put this feedback? Is it like on your forums? On Reddit and posts? How do you guys like to consume this best? Especially, you're talking about like an elite cabal of balancers in the game. Like how do they like to read the feedback?
That's a good question.
Like, what's the most productive, I guess?
Well, the reason we like the bingo cards is because it forces someone to really consolidate what is the most important things. Like if they're going to make a bingo card, it's like you can't just like kind of go on a rant and have a billion different little things where you kind of don't know what's important. It's like these
Catch you at a miso. Thanks for the raid.
actually the things that you are saying are important to us, and so that's kind of the reason why I like that. Now, in terms of like, so we obviously have got our community team. They're reading like all these different places. So like, I'm going to get feedback, like the overall like sentiment of like what people are complaining about the most from them, regardless of kind of where you post it. But in terms of like what I like to consume myself, that's why we like the bingo cards. But also like, you know, like someone who makes a video essay on YouTube, like that's the kind of thing where like I can sort of listen and understand the, you know, like there tend to be like, there tend to be like, if they're a creator with like, you know, like a lot of views, I'm going to be paying attention to that stuff, right? So like that stuff is another thing that I like to watch and understand.
Ooh, wait, how big? Am I big enough? Am I big enough? Jonathan, am I big enough? Do you think he watches my videos?
And but as I said, like in terms of just like random people posting, it really doesn't matter where you post because, you know, our community team will pick it up and they'll get it and they'll find it and deliver it to us.
Okay. More bingo cards.
Videos. I released a video the other day. Look here. Look how cute I look in the thumbnail. So cute.
Your way. Sounds good.
Yep.
All right. So Dawn of the Hunt,
I'm above
Jonathan. I think we mentioned this a little bit earlier with disengage and rake, but the spear skills, people loved the mobility that they added to the game. A lot of people are using them on different, you know, builds or classes that aren't actually using the spear for damage and everything, right? Disengage especially. We saw, you know, the race with like Angermus and everybody else just disengaging through the campaign, right?
Right.
I'm curious, seeing that people really like the mobility the spear has, is this making you guys consider perhaps adding more mobility skills to future weapons, to previous weapons, just to give people more tools to move throughout the game?
Well, I mean, it comes down to what's the feeling of the weapon supposed to be, right? In the case of the spear, you're talking about, you know, a dexterous melee weapon. Like the quarterstaff is not as agile, but it's still more agile compared to the mace. You know what I mean? Like, you know, once swords are in, they're going to be more agile than a mace, but potentially less agile than a spear. Like you're just kind of wanting to get that feeling of like, you know, of each weapon kind of has that feeling. So I mean, look, every weapon type should have some level of mobility, but like the spear really probably is about, you know, like I always want that to be the thing that has the maximum, you know, the maximum mobility. That's why it sort of feels like that. That's what makes it feel different.
Yeah, you guys achieved it. It's pretty darn mobile. I love Thunderous Leap. I'm also curious, just as a brief follow-up, have you guys ever considered more Blink-like spirit gems for dexterity and strength-based classes? Because obviously this is an intelligence gem. We'll get into attributes in just a moment.
Right.
They're sometimes a little tight. Have you guys thought about like a flavorful way to do Blinkish abilities on other archetypes?
If that happens, it's probably going to happen on the Dexant class that we haven't yet released. Like that's the one that would be in theme with that kind of ability. So
Shadow
yeah, that's
stepping.
kind of where you'll where you'll see that. So
I love
yeah.
the little the little like attempts at fishing the shadow something.
So
Dick
yeah,
scent.
that one is a little way out still, but you know, like yeah, there's a lot of design stuff along those lines, I would say, for that
Okay.
for that class.
All right, little tidbits for shadow enjoyers out there. All right. All right. So on from the mobility front to crafting systems in Dawn of the Hunt. So Dawn of the Hunt introduced a lot of different crafting systems or items to the game. Now, a lot of them are really cool. I'm curious, how do you feel? How much should an average player be engaging with them in Endgame? So I'm not even talking about campaign. I'm talking you're in the Endgame, you're running maps. How often should I be touching something like the Recombinator?
Well, recombinators are in particular like the one that I would say is the most kind of, you know, like
Sorry.
it does take a certain level of person to use that, right? Like that is like a for you have to be a bit of a grinder to be able to use that system for sure.
Okay.
So like
intentional,
that one,
right?
I mean, I would say that one is sort of designed to be that way. Like, and it kind of has to be just due to the nature it works. And the funny thing about recombinators, and I feel like I've said this before, even with the previous designs, that like it is really hard to make something with with that mechanic that isn't that both feels like that it's worthwhile for a player while also not completely being ridiculous from the perspective of like making the item game too easy. And it's like it's really hard to get into a place where you've kind of got like both of those two things. Like the benefit that recombination gives you compared to using other types of crafting methods is actually ridiculous, but yet it also feels completely like the chances are incredibly tiny to a player.
Yes.
So yeah, it's kind of one of those things where you sort of always ends up like that. And we sort of had trouble with recombination a few times. As to whether or not players should use it more, I mean, we sort of the target was that people would be using it like once per expedition, and I guess I don't know if we've like completely succeeded at that.
Nope. Although after the buffs, maybe, but the cost is the problem is once per expedition. Firstly, the cost is a bit too high. But secondly, the other thing is that it's really hard to get two things that you want to recombinate together. So even if you had the expedition currency, it's very, very hard to just get two items with modifiers that you want to use. So yeah, like the cost is, I don't even know if the cost is the choke point, man. I think that the choke point is having bases, right? So yeah, it's like often I had enough, but I'm like, okay, I've got one thing and then I don't have the other thing. It's, yeah. To be honest, you have like 20 spheres with high flat fizz, but not a single. Yeah, it's like you don't have the ones with the percent fizz that you need. Divination cards are not a gamble. Gwenin items are not a gamble. Foster's item, gold, not a gamble. Yeah. I do understand what he's saying, where I think like the PoE 1 Recombinator is too strong right now. And it really does kind of outclass a lot of other systems, but again, the trade side.
So you know, yeah, like that's kind of one of those things, but yeah, that one I would say is definitely one of the harder ones. Like for the other ones, like we want a variety. Like some of them you should be using all the time, some of them you should be using much more rarely. You know, we're about to add a bunch of these new runes and things like that. You know, like those ones are kind of intended to be like, you know, like they're a thing you want to find, like they're rarer, like, you know, they're cool chase drops to find that. Those would be relatively rare, but you know, still way more common than what the current rarest shit is. So you know, because we had that problem, of course, you know, that we found out, and that one, you know, like so effectively it should be a mix, in my opinion. We're kind of a little like want to really make sure though that you don't get to the point of like you get suddenly inundated with like too much all at once. So we just have to like balance that a little bit.
Okay. I'm curious about the socketable system, Jonathan. So right now you touched on a whole bunch of chase socketables are being added to the game. And right now many of the stuff in game are meant to solve simple problems, right?
Wait, what?
The rune system was pitched as kind of a replacement for Path of Exile once crafting bench. And with these new chase socketables being added to the game, it seems like that might be fading a little bit away. Is there going to be other ways to solve these simple problems that people have in the future or imminently? Or
well, I get so I guess the feeling that we have is like as you kind of get deeper into the end game, then you'll get to the point where the base items that you're getting, because they're getting better, are kind of able to solve your problems more, and so therefore
as kind of a
Wait, I just want to go back a little bit. Sorry, I was reading chat and shit. I think during the brainstorming, the whole thing led to each currency having multiple uses outside of what's written on it is complexity, but using said currency in the right time is the depth. So complexity had to go or something. Yeah, because the by Sashiro, I currently feel like the current systems are not capable of interacting with each other, and it would be nice if they could.
The rune system was pitched as kind of a replacement for Path of Exile once crafting bench, and with these new chase socketables being added to the game, it seems like that might be fading a little bit away. Is there going to be other ways to solve these simple problems that people have in the future or imminently? Or
well, I get so I guess the feeling that we have is like as you kind of get deeper into the end game, then you'll get to the point where the base items that you're getting, because they're getting better, are kind of able to solve your problems more, and so therefore you don't have as much need to rely on the runes to do that. Now, there'll be people who will argue that like they're still having to rely on them a lot for things like attribute requirements, and that's like another whole topic that we could talk about. You know, like that's a thing for sure. So it's kind of like, but the ideal we kind of want to strive for is like as you progress through the end game, your items are getting better. You no longer need, you know, like you might be a bit overcapped on res, you know, because you're getting the items are getting better. Therefore, you're like, okay, you're getting to the point now where you can say, okay, I'm willing to sacrifice this rune slot, and that's right around the time when you're getting these like rarer chaser and other socketables coming in. So that's kind of like the feeling that we sort of want to achieve. And so then by the time you're like ultra top tier, you're like, I'm not using, you know, I'm basically not using any attribute or resistance socketables. I'm only using these like ultra chase like really things, or maybe it's like kind of, you know, 75, 25 or 25 on you know, just to fix that one resistance that's not quite right, like that kind of thing. That's kind of where we want to be as you kind of get through that progression, to kind of get that feeling of like another feeling of progress for the character.
Okay. On the resistance front too, we'll talk about attributes in a second, but resistances especially, I and many other players have found it almost, so when you find a new cool item and you want to replace it, but it's going to replace an item that solves many of your resistances, right? It turns into this whole game of gear shuffling, and this is primarily, I think, an early end game thing, right? You don't have a lot of currency to trade with, or maybe you're playing SSF, and this basically ruins your character, and it causes you to need to reshuffle everything. Are you guys aware that is kind of like the PoE1 like gem system, where the whole shuffling constantly had to occur, and that you have to juggle?
Thank you for asking this, Talkative Tri. Yes, I can't wait to hear how he responds to this.
These defenses to maintain that base level of LE res, and you think there are any solutions that could be added to the game? I know in Path of Exile 1 there was like the harvest resistance swap on items. Maybe that could be like an omen that could be found?
So
yes, Jonathan, please.
The harvest resistance swap. So I actually talked to Mark about this recently,
and
we were discussing about like whether or not we were happy with the harvest resistance swap, and like we were kind of like,
yes, we were.
The worry there is that it does make things a little bit too easy as far as the item game goes, like for sure. Like he was kind of like he sort of had the opinion that like, you know, like
it's not okay.
That's kind of,
let's hear
like,
what he says.
It's part of what like. Yeah, it's sort of part of what sort of trivialized, like, you know, getting things exactly where you needed them to go. Like, he's kind of the opinion that was too powerful. We sort of talked for a while.
All right, so we hate Mark now. I'm just joking. It's all Mark's fault.
About this, and the issue that we were having is like, okay, so I'm like, okay, sure, so you could make something like that, but just make it really rare, right? And it's like, well, okay, but if it's rare, then you're not exactly solving your gear shuffling problem, because like, you know, that you need to be doing that all the time. So it's kind of like we're in a bit of a hard place. So I actually don't really have an answer to how like we can improve this without kind of like compromising the item system, what we would consider to be too much of a way. You know, like, so this is I guess this is a potential concern. Now, the runes in theory kind of do address that, because it's like you can temporarily kind of like use them. But then the concern is, okay, and like we've already sort of thought about this, but we kind of like are sort of probably just okay with it for the time being. Like, obviously, the concern is and this is the thing Mark brought up, is like, okay, you can't take a socketable out. These chase runes, if you can't do that, it does mean that you're going to be like, okay, I'm not going to use it until I know my gear is perfect, right? Like there's this concern if they're chase. So we did sort of discuss whether or not we want to think about that. Now
Yes, Guitaraholic, great point. Runes could fix it if the resist rolls were decent and not 14%. Yeah, they should be like at least 24%, I would say. Yeah, like 10, 20, 30. 10, 20, 30 would be really good. I would, yes, yeah. But 14% on the high end? On like the end on? 24 is too much? You really think so? Instead of 10, 12, 14. Yeah, 10, 12, 14 is just like, you don't really like feel the difference, really. It needs to be,
we are just gonna, for the time being, just leave it how it is. But like, there's definitely this concern of like, okay, if you got to really chase socketable, you know, like you're gonna save it for only an item that you know is perfect. And so yeah, we'll sort of,
their plug holes not to completely fix res. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, at least 10, 15, 20, something like that. The thing is, you don't find it that terrible to cap resistances. It's not so much that, it's like Tri said, what can happen is you get this knock-on effect of where, oh, I want to change this one piece of gear. Oh, now my resistance are destroyed. So now I have to change this. Okay, now that's destroyed. I have to change this. I have to change this. I have to change this. If you could get, and I mean, especially if you're not playing Trade League, then it's even worse. Whereas if you could just say, oh, I got an upgrade. I can just put a couple of runes in and now it's sorted. And I don't have to change like 5 pieces of gear to accommodate it. It's much more exciting than, oh, I got this. Oh, I can't use it because I have to first get this, and this. 12, 18, 24 sounds pretty good to me. That sounds pretty good to me. Because, I mean, how many rune slots do you have? You got 2 in your chest, 1 in your helmet, 1 in your boots, 1 in your gloves. So that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got 5. 5 times 24 is a total of, let's say, like 120 resistances. 120 resistances within, actually, 120. And you need 75 plus 60. So that like basically caps, that's less than capping one of your resistances if you put resistance in all your gear. Scooped! What's up? You mean you could make some chase higher value ones that can't be upgraded? Also, you think you should be able to salvage destroy? Yes, yeah. Something like that. Salvage destroy the item and you get the rune back. Something like that would be cool. In PvE1, you just use 6 transmutes, 14, 20 res. In PvE2, you need to find a rare item, need to find an artificial orb, need to find the desired rune. It's like at least 2 extra steps. And something crazy that happened when I was playing in SSF, I did not, when the time between when I hit maps and when I found a single desert rune that I needed, I found a desert rune in tier 12 maps. That was the first desert rune I found in maps in SF. Like that's crazy. That's crazy.
see how that plays out, but you know, we'll have a look at that a little bit later.
Okay. I'm also curious on like the attribute front. It seems like right now, the introduction of spears, it became prevalent to me, and in 0-1 it wasn't as crazy. It seems like attribute requirements are super high for some items and even some gems. Are you guys aware that they might be? I don't even think it's that much. I think it's like maybe 10-15% too high.
I think they're like 25% too high.
Are you guys looking into adjusting that at all? Or
So
are you okay where they
this
are?
is another one of those things that I kind of was thinking about. So I was kind of like, okay, I think what it comes down to is this: if you are playing a strength character, and should it be the case that you don't have to worry about attribute requirements for strength gear, or should you still sometimes run into something where you're like, okay, I need to allocate a bit more extra strength for this? Like, should this be the case or not? It's currently kind of balanced to a point where it's like, you know, like you have to occasionally care about attribute requirements. And what that means, of course, is that if you then want to splash and do something else from a different character, that's like relatively harder, right? And so I was sort of thinking about this, and I was like, I might be open to lowering it a little bit down for gems to kind of allow for more of that like thing. I wouldn't be much, I think, like, you know, because I don't want to make it completely. Like, I feel like in PoE 1 it was kind of most the case that attribute requirements were pretty irrelevant for a lot of things.
No, I don't think so. No, they're not. They're not irrelevant. Absolutely not. Like if you were playing if you're playing, let's say, Lightning Strike on a ranger or something last league, you would have plenty of dexterity. But if you wanted to throw in a high level, I don't know, Assassin's Mark or something, you're absolutely looking out for that like intelligence on your tree or on your helmet and other places. Like that is intelligence on certain classes is a high value mod, but it's not trivial. And that is what is the requirement, like 154 for a level 20 gem? And then that's not trivial in PoE 1, and that's when you have each travel point is 10 of each attribute. PoE 2, the attribute requirements are like 30% higher, and each travel point is only 3. I mean, it's only 5, sorry. And you don't have things like beef and like alacrity dotted around the tree. So I wouldn't say it's trivial. It's often a choice that you have to make where you're like, I kind of want to put in this high level, I don't know, Assassin's Mark or whatever, but I can't really, so I'll use a lower level one until I get something better. And especially, there's so many constraints. It's not just that attributes are fewer on the tree, and it's like a compounding issue of attributes. Travel nodes on the tree are half as big as they were. Gem requirements are like 33% higher. I'm talking about compared PoE 1 to PoE 2. And then thirdly, it's much harder to get your resistances and things capped. So a lot of your suffixes are being chomped up by resistances and stuff, so you don't have the space for the attributes you need. Even if you're playing like a dex class, getting a level 20 gem, somebody's like, shit, man, like I don't have enough dexterity to upgrade my gem. But we'll see what he says.
Things like it mattered a little bit, but like not very much, you know. Like I don't think.
I disagree with that. It does matter in PoE, especially with the new base types. The new base types have like very high requirements.
It mattered a lot, and so we did want to kind of make sure that attributes mattered more. But it's possible we overshot a little bit for the gems. I think for the gear, it's okay. I don't think that we've got like a huge problem there necessarily.
I think the gear is fine. I think the gear is okay.
Although there are maybe a few cases where like people would argue that it's not right. I could definitely see the argument for gems coming down a little bit. It's one of those things that I want to definitely have another look at because it's something that we can definitely sort of think about changing for sure. Okay. The main thing is just making sure that people can run builds, but on some level there is intended to be an optimization problem, right? It's like, okay, you got to be thinking like, okay, if I want to do this and use this off-class thing, it's like now I'm making a sacrifice somewhere else. Like,
but this happens in PoE 1. Absolutely, it happens. It absolutely happens in PoE 1. It's like, oh, I need, on my helmet, I really need mana reservation efficiency, a resistance, strength, and intelligence. Like, I can only have 3 of those. What am I going to take? Okay, well, I might like, then instead use a lower level mark, or I might, like, go look for an enlighten, or I will, this does happen in PoE 1. It does happen in PoE 1. It's not irrelevant.
Like having to allocate the attributes is what prevents you from making a build that's just literally the best thing from every class on one build. Like that would be an ultra dominant. Like the attributes are the only thing really preventing that from being the case. So especially with more of the combo stuff going on, we just have to be a little bit careful about that. So that's really the sort of the only control level we have around that. So yeah.
Okay. Now, especially
what if they had a system like, if you are playing a class of a certain attribute type, you get like an inherent 50% bonus of that attribute type. So if you're playing, let's say, a marauder, or not a marauder, like if you're playing a pure strength type, then all passive points on the passive tree instead give you 10 strength instead of 5. If you're playing a hybrid, then each point gives you 7 instead of 5, or like 7 or 8 instead of 5. That way you're not invalidating the fantasy of, oh, a Marauder shouldn't necessarily be able to use Blink easily. Wouldn't that kind of put more characters on? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Because, I mean, that's kind of how it is with PoE 1 right now. Because all your travel nodes, they give you 10 attributes, but they're locked in. So if you're starting on the Marauder side of the tree, all your little travel points are going to be just strength, right? Whereas now you can choose, but they're half as many. So that makes it like, that makes it a bit of a struggle to get the attributes to use, even just the skills that your class is designed to use. So, but the thing is, then it would be possible to have the flexibility to say, okay, I have enough strength, I need a bit of int, so my next point I'm going to take int, but then you're only getting like 5 ints instead of 10. Something like that. I think there's definitely a solution for it.
On spears, I feel like those, like, because they encourage you to go in like sometimes all 3 attributes or 2 certain attributes, and it gets a little tough. That's just what I experienced. So maybe a little bit on that front, but
Is there a tri-attribute spear?
I believe that maybe I'm crazy. Chat's probably going insane if I'm wrong. I thought there was. I might be wrong. But I remember I was just struggling in 02 or 010.
Right.
I was not. And it was rough. It was rough in 020.
Right, okay. Understood.
Okay. So here's another curious one that I've seen a lot of debate about. So movement speed in Path of Exile 2. We're not even going to talk about boots, Jonathan. I just want to talk about the baseline movement speed and not compared to
Dude, try such good questions. Such good questions. Every question he's asking, I'm like, yes.
Or anything. Just the overall movement speed of a character. And the monsters too. A lot of people feel like it's too slow. And like a gauge people give is when you get Hare's Foot, that boon in Trial of the Sekima, it's like 30% increased movement speed.
40%.
People are like, oh,
yes,
that's where we should be.
Well,
right?
the
How do you feel
acceleration
about
shrine.
it? Maybe being a bit too slow. Do you think it's fine where it is?
Yeah, that's another thing. You're right, Mango. Is like keep it where it is and then reduce the requirements. I think the issue with maybe reducing requirements is that they don't want it super easy for, let's say, a Marauder to use int skills or something like that. I don't know. There is a way, and I'm sure they will look at it.
Just in general.
Well, as far as I know, and I could be wrong about this, but I as far as I know, the baseline movement speed in PoE 1 and 2 is the same. Like, I don't believe it is actually different. The difference is in, like, the things you're doing, right? Like the skills that allow you to move all the time and all that stuff, right? As far as I'm aware. Now, as far as movement speed is concerned in general, I don't want to spoil anything, but like we are working on things around this.
Yeah. They're working on things around this. What could they mean? Yeah, I also want to test the base movement speed. We could actually do it. We could like we could record a short thing, just run a specific distance in like 5 seconds and compare the two. I'm suspicious. It does feel slower. And there's also far fewer sources of increased movement speed, just in general on the tree and other places. You're getting 90 odd strength and 30 int on a dex class. Yeah, it's brutal, man. It's really friggin' hard. Yep. Ruthless. True. They look slower, but they're the same. Yeah, I mean, and that's the base movement speed, right? Like I said, the difference is just that in PoE you have multiple sources of increased movement speed. You got a lot of it on the tree. You got on boots. There's just so many sources of it, and then like you said, there's like movement skills and stuff. So maybe the lack of movement skills what makes it feel a lot slower. I think the interview is great so far. It's really good, and the maps are really big. I suppose that's exactly what you thought it would be. That the animation of PoE 1 have a sort of cartoon running isn't connected to the floor effect. I wonder if it's that. Yeah. Also really big maps. It's not easy. Yeah, we'll see what he says.
For 030. We do have ideas for what we want to do. I don't want to break the combat system. Like if we just buffed movement speed for the player, like the baseline. It would break the combat system in a lot of ways. Like we'd have to do a lot of stuff. There's like animations. It would be a huge deal.
Yeah.
But we have some ideas. But we'll talk about those a little bit. Like just probably 030 announcement. I would say as we'll be talking about that. But yeah, we've got some ideas. Like I think that there is something we can improve here. That will be the best of both worlds of still having combat mattering while still, like being something that can help players with this concern. So like there's stuff that we can do. So
maybe
yeah,
something
I guess
that's
I
like
wouldn't
a little
really
bursty, right? It's not maybe tied to gear. It's just every so
Right.
often
So-
you get a little dopamine
yeah.
rush.
So we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see about stuff like that. So
Okay.
yeah, I definitely understand the problem, right? Like so in terms of tier 1 issues that we have that we want to address in 030, this is in the list, right? Like this problem
awesome.
that people have. Like
Okay.
I mean, we've got our list of tier 1 issues that we're like we can't release 030 without like even though I said we weren't locking features. I mean, some of the things are easy. Some of these things.
Out of combat sprinting. I mean, that's what a Quicksilver Flask is, right? That's literally what a Quicksilver Flask is.
We're like, here's the tier 1 issues.
Maybe they'll add that.
This is one of them. This movement speed concern that people have is a concern. But as I said, I just don't want to ruin the combat system too much. So that's why we have to be a bit careful.
Okay.
Okay. No, that's fair. Completely swapping gears, Jonathan. You guys added a pretty cool item in 020 in the Grand Project Precursor tablet. And it allows you, if you use it in a tower, it allows you to
Right.
go into any map node or in the radius of that tower. A very interesting person brought up the fact, maybe this is a little bit of an experiment to bring this as a core ability to towers. It makes Atlas traversal so much smoother. We can get to cool destinations faster, skip around to the maps we'd like to play. Is there any chance in your mind that this would go core?
I don't
towers?
think that I want something like. I don't think I'd want that to be core to towers, but like I guess if you're saying things like that, it sort of implies that you're not finding the things you want to find easily enough, which is the thing that I'd be looking to address with a concern like that. So that's kind of that's kind of how I'd see that. Like it's like if you feel like that's necessary, it's probably because there's something wrong with the way that the like the amount of stuff you're finding. So there's definitely something that we need to address there. Like there are some concerns around the stuff for sure. I mean, one thing that we just actually I don't know whether it was deployed or not. Maybe it might be in 021 actually. Because like right now there's this like thing where there's a horrible imbalance of what maps like some maps are way more common than others. And this is something that we have a fix for. As I said, I wasn't sure whether or not it went out in a point release or whether or not it's a 021. I think it's in 021 actually.
I think it's coming in 021. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's in 021. So, we're effectively making it so that like the maps are much more even. So like you won't see nearly as many like I think it's hidden grottos, isn't it? The one that
Hidden grottos.
You get
Yep.
Yeah, you get constantly. Yeah, like stuff like that, like will improve a lot. So I think that'll help as well. Like I think it really just comes down to balance of like when you find things, where you find them, that kind of stuff. Like to me, that's really what it is. And I guess it also comes down to sort of like the other reasons you might want to be like skipping more of the Atlas content is that you're not feeling like you're seeing what it is you want. And I guess that's another larger issue with towers as well.
I think another thing that people really would like is more just player agency, right? To be able to, like you kind of said, run the maps that they'd like to run with the mechanics that they'd like to run. And the Grand Project tablet allows that, right? If you see a breach and a ritual and everything on your favorite map layout, but it's on the opposite side of the tower and you got to run 10 maps to get there, it kind of is a feels bad moment. But just more like...
There's actually so that is a broader issue that I've noticed with the current way the Atlas works, which is not something that we initially... It's more subtle. It's actually comes down a little bit to the overlapping tower thing as well. And it's only sort of a realization that we came to recently. So how can I put this together? Like, okay, so there's this issue of like, if you know in advance that something isn't the best, then it feels bad to have to kind of go through it like already knowing that it's not the thing you wanted. And so what I'm talking about this is like, okay, and this is something that the old Atlas, like in PoE 1 Atlas didn't have, that PoE 2 Atlas does have, that's like, just sort of think about it, it's like, okay, so the overlapping towers thing is a great example, right? It's like, if you know that overlapping towers is the best thing, then every time you see a non-overlapping tower, you're like, oh, I have to just get through this so I can get to the next overlapping tower.
Can't they
And,
just
like,
make it so they don't overlap?
Let's just say, for example, and like this is a terrible idea, so I'm not actually going to do this, but I'm just like, let's just say, for example, that we had a mechanic where and I wouldn't do this for like 10 reasons, but that like when you run a map, there's a random chance that it turns into a tower, right? Let's just say, for example, we had that mechanic. What that would mean is that now you at any time could get the best thing. So you don't feel bad about running maps that you know can never be the best, because at any time the maps could be the best. And this comes down, I think, to the sort of core of like AIPG itemization as well, where it's like one of the reasons why it's good is because like, you know, the next rock you turn over could contain the mirror drop, right? So it's like you don't feel bad about killing monsters, even if like, you know, like assuming we get everything right, that is, you know, because it's like, okay, there could be a good thing like right around the next corner. It's like if you knew that every monster that you killed was going to drop nothing. Like, let's say, so here's another example of a thing that would be similar, right? Let's just say that all the monsters in a map drop nothing except the boss, right? Let's just say that that's what you had.
Okay.
If you had that, killing all those monsters would feel like a chore, because like there was no chance of that ever returning anything for you, right? You're just like, I just want to get through this to get to the boss, right? And so you've kind of got a similar thing going on, but on like a higher level.
That's
With the Atlas system, where it's like, you know that this part isn't the best, therefore like I feel bad having to grind through it. Like if they had a chance of being the best, it would be fine. So I feel like we need to find a way to make that more the case. And like I was sort of discussing like as a random example that's kind of a bit related, although not exactly the same, of like, you know, in PoE 1, any map could just randomly spawn a breach.
Yes.
For example.
Yes.
In PoE 2, you know when you don't have one. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like
do.
there's this like so like that sort of element sort of like has a thing there. So there is something to this, and like I can see that there's a problem. I just need to sort of work out exactly how we're going to. And the things that like as I said, the thing I just said there before, like that would solve the problem. I just hate it for 10 other reasons. I'm just sort of putting that out there as like an example. To evoke the idea of how it would feel to you if that was how it worked, you know what I mean? So like that's the kind of thing that I'm thinking about how to sort of resolve this problem. So we do need to do something. Like I like a lot of what the tower mechanic does, but like there's still not something quite right about it. Like there's some stuff we have to do, and I also really love that sort of feeling of exploration thing going on. But you know, I guess something we didn't realize is like, when you can see things in advance, you have to be really careful that you don't let the amount of importance that can have be too high, because that undermines the feeling of everything else. So like that's kind of like a thing I guess we need to think about. So yeah, there's certainly some stuff to think about here. We need to work out what exactly we're going to do about it.
All right. Yeah, I think you're.
Yeah, I guess the other solution is you just have so many cool things that, and this is why the new Atlas I think is superior to the existing PoE 1 Atlas, is that because you can see, it is more exciting when you know there is something over there. But it would be his point about like having random encounters of like getting lucky when you open a map, maybe there's something cool in there. The Atlas tree is boring. Yeah, there's other stuff that they could tweak, but I think foundationally, I think the system is really cool and is actually better than the PoE 1 system. I just think that, yeah, they need to balance it, add some stuff to it, make it exciting. It'd be really nice if you say, like, there's something cool over there, there's something cool over there, something cool over there. I want to do all of it, like, and I can't. Or what you do is, like, you go do the one, and then you're like, okay, I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to go do that one, and then I'm going to do that one, and then I do that one. And then you do the first one, and then you, like, uncover some fog of war, and you're like, oh, crap, look, over there's that thing. That's really cool. Different isn't better. I think it's better. In PoE1, we use 7 League 7 Quicksilver Adrenaline, and the Flask made it faster on the fish, and Moon Speed just made it. Yeah, I mean, the Moon Speed, it did help. And then there's also like the skills that you could spam and stuff, like Whirling Blades or whatever. You hate seepage, let me use an Atlas Orb to swap it. You think that, oh, and the biomes need to be bigger. That's what you said, different isn't automatically better, and it's highly subjective. 100% agreed, absolutely. I actually just want to grab some water quickly. My water ran out. I'll be right back. I'm back. All right, your viewers at. Hold on, wait 1 sec. The PoE 2 Alice. Yeah, it's like that Heroes of Might and Magic. Oh, OMG. McCracken, thank you for the sub.
Hoping for the Bow 1 crafting video resurgence.
Yes.
Let's hope they get it right, lolcow.
I think it's gonna happen. I'm really, really itchy to do some crafting. Really. It has giga potential. It's one of the core things they should work toward, is having exploring certain sections not be true random generation. So yeah. How can I do objectives by running maps? I'm excited to run. I think they will get it right. They will get it right. The foundations of it are really cool. Thanks for the sub, McCracken. Your view is that it has the opportunity to be more by its design, but it's what they choose to do with it. The new atlas with influences for biomes, random league mechanics in maps without icons ability, reroll, a terraform a map, unique item drops, biomes, etc. Randomly find a breach biome. Yeah, or juice breaches where Zesh. There's so much potential for it. Yeah. It has the potential for it. It'd be cool if you could link maps with a consumable, maybe a city biome. Ooh. Or like think of Delve. Like when you're doing Delve, and then you go down in a Delve and you see like a massive city biome, and you think, oh yes, like I'm gonna go do that. And then there's just like 8 really juicy maps. It's not so much. It used to be way better. When Delve came out, finding a biome was insane because you get like tons of tier 16 map, tier 15, no? Tier 16 maps? Whatever the highest tier was at the time. It was really exciting because you'd see it and you'd be like, yes, I'm going to get something rad now. And you want whirling blades and flame dash. Oh, I don't know if that's going to happen. Is a tedium of it? Yeah.
And I always had that feeling of surprise or mystery going into all the maps,
right.
and that's just not in PoE 2. So I'm glad that it's on your guys' radar. That's awesome.
Right.
Oh,
Well, I mean, in 0-0, we
Yeah.
did intend to improve that situation by adding more random things. And so having more random things that aren't just the leagues is also a way to sort of improve that. And so 0-2 helped with that to some degree. But I do think that there's still like an issue around that to think about.
okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. Let's see. I know we're running short on time. I know you have to run in about 25 minutes. So
Yeah.
I'm a little bit curious on, let's see here. I'd love to touch on races for just a moment, since you guys are running quite a few of them.
Damn, we're getting political. Holy shit. All right. What is Jonathan's favorite race? It's about to be uncovered right now on Talkative Tri.
Okay. So they're obviously back for Path of Exile 2. You guys have been running them pretty consistently. I'm curious, is there anything in particular you guys are trying to glean while watching these races? Like, are they influencing any balance decisions? Or are they showing you,
Insane
well, this
question.
part of the campaign could be improved in a certain way? I'm really curious to hear. Or are they just pure for entertainment?
I wouldn't say that we learn much about things from that perspective beyond just about what races are doing, right? There's obviously changes we could make for races in particular. It doesn't influence too much about the rest of the campaign, I would say, just because like the things that they're doing are really just quite outside the norm of what normal players experience. So yeah, it really is more of just a fun thing we enjoy doing that. Like that's more of what it's about. I wouldn't say that there's like a kind of development reason to run them per se.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. This is a very early game question, Jonathan. So and the guy I'll use as an example is my dad. So a lot of very new players to ARPGs, they started playing PoE 2 as like their first ARPG ever. And a lot of them are unaware of the importance of certain items in the game, like crafting currency, right? A lot of people will just hoard it, even though the currency says, hey, use me on items, right? Would you be open to the idea of like maybe doing a very short like quest or tutorial in Act 1 to put people on this path? Because once I showed him how to do it, Jonathan, dude, he's ground more than I have in PoE 2 this season.
I actually already had this idea, and it's already something that we've got in the works. So
awesome.
I just want to show everyone because a major experience a major difference in experience is just transmuting your weapon. If you transmute your weapon, you're gonna have a way different time than if you don't know to do that. So that's something we're going to explicitly say, like, okay, here is a quest where, you know, it's going to drop a transmute, it's going to tell you use your weapon, you know, like
cool.
actually, like, you know, to really make sure that new players know to do that.
Okay, that makes me so happy to hear for a lot of the new people coming to the game. That'll be great for like 1.0's launch and all that too. Cool. Okay, back to
one question that I hope Tri asks is about the distribution of power, because the reason why you can have such a vastly different experience based on whether or not your weapon is magic or not is because so much damage comes from your weapon. Like you can like triple your damage if you have a slightly better weapon. Okay, not slightly. Well, in the campaign, yes, like a slightly better weapon can double or triple your damage. That's I feel like that distribution of power is not good. Maybe take some of that from the weapon, put it on the tree, put it on the gems, stuff like that. So even if you don't get lucky, you still, you know, there's like a baseline where you're doing enough damage to kill stuff, I guess.
Item questions. So Path of Exile 2, unique items. A lot of the items right now, they fall off as you go into Endgame and you scale your character, but it's not because they aren't cool. A lot of them are super cool, but they have no way to scale, you know, past a certain threshold in the game. Are you guys okay with the number of uniques that are in the game, are cool, but just become a little blip in a character's journey? Or are you looking into really reinvigorating some of these items?
I would say, I mean, look, there are some that we definitely need to make more powerful, but I would say that like a lot of the reason is just because we started working on the lower level ones and we're only getting, you know, like only since 010's launch, I would say, have we really been focusing on the more high level stuff. And there's more of that stuff coming. I mean, we have more uniques coming, you know, in 021. Like the focus on unique design now is that sort of in-game, like, you know, like later on stuff that you can use viably on a character going forward. So like that is definitely the case. You know, at the same time, there's a bunch of stuff out there that people would use if it ever dropped, right? So like it's funny because like we were actually looking at, so because Mark and I actually did this exercise recently together. We're like, okay, so like what's the stuff I'm excited to drop, right? And like we started looking through some uniques and like we were just like, man, we forgot we even added this, right? Like it's so rare. There's like 12 Astramentuses that have dropped on the live realm, you know what I mean? It's like
Well,
no, that's not actually accurate. There were 12 in trade. There were like 12 in trade at the time that we looked. It's like man, like okay, we worked out. I actually worked out recently because I've actually been recently writing item simulator so I can like more easily work out some of what's this going. Like we have like things we can do to work this out, but like it wasn't easy enough. I want to be able to just at an instant's notice as we're changing balance numbers, like the result on the item drops are. So I started writing a tool for that, and I found out that like an Astramentus will drop every 45,000 divines, and it's like okay, like
yeah, that's out.
It's like how many years do you have to wait?
That's crazy.
And it's like, okay, we're just like we're not in the right universe here as far as like the
What?
drop rate of something like that. So yeah, they effectively do not exist as far as a regular player is concerned.
So these drop rate buffs are pretty substantial. Then I didn't ascertain this.
Oh yeah, they are. They're very, very, very substantial. I mean, look, it's like I think in trade at the time we saw one was like selling for like 600 divines, and I'm like, this is actually technically cheap compared to the drop rate of this thing. I was like, people don't even know when this drops, so they're just sitting at like a thing. So yeah, this that needs to change, obviously, right? Okay. And like one of the key
chancing and gambling,
and I get this is a little bit inside of things we don't normally talk about, but whatever, I'll talk about it anyway. So like one of the changes that PoE 2 had that I think that enriched, but we're actually going to change this back, and this is like a major thing that will improve things, is
tears.
In PoE 2, the chance of a unique dropping is scaled by the chance of the drop pool of that type of item dropping. So what I mean by that is like unique amulets are like rarer because they're an amulet, but in PoE 1 this was not the case. Like all the uniques were in one pool that then like, you know, they all had an equal chance to, I mean not equal, right? There's rare and there's common ones, but being an amulet didn't affect the chance for it to drop, right? In PoE 2, the reason why Astramentus is like so completely ridiculous is because amulets being a rarer like thing just in the base pool anyway means that the unique version of the amulet is now incredibly rare, like to a point where they might as well not exist. So what you'll see at like, you know, as a starting point is that jewelry that are uniques will be way more common than they
Okay.
currently are, just because we're now putting them back into the regular pool with the other uniques that they can roll together. And so that's like an example of the kind of thing that will improve it. And it's like, yeah, like some of the stuff just doesn't have an opportunity to be a chase item you're even thinking about because it's so rare. You just don't expect it. It's like not even a thing, right? I mean, it's like effectively Mirror of Calandra tier at this point, and that's not what we really intended, and something that is going to change. So.
That's wild to hear. Hey, Astromenta stonks. Okay, here we go. Right now. Awesome. Maybe I'll find one. That's cool. Okay, so a little bit of a focus now as we get to the final section of the interview, dude, on the future of PoE 2. So just onward. One thing I'm really curious about, and I think a lot of other people are as well, many ARPG veterans have been conditioned to view the campaign as a blip in the journey. You know, you start there and you get through it as fast as possible. Obviously, Path of Exile 2 has been trying to change that. There has been tremendous discourse on this fact, you know, in 0.1 and in 0.2. I'm curious, taking all this and looking at it and looking toward the future, maybe even Acts 4, 5, and 6, how do you see the Path of Exile?
Dude, I think this is like I don't know what it is, man. Is it like a personality thing? Is it a perspective thing? Is it like your outlook on life? Because, dude, I freaking love the campaign. I love the campaign in PoE 1. I love the campaign in PoE 2. Every time I reroll a character, I'm like, yes, I get to do the campaign again. Like, but I don't understand why so many people hate it. I don't know. And the thing is, I don't think there's anything they could do to make those people like it without like therapy. After the 300th time of the campaign, dude, yeah, like PoE 1. I freaking love the PoE 1 campaign. Still, it's like one of my favorite things. When I get to maps, I'm like, campaign's over. Like, I love maps too, but I don't know, man. It's just too long. I don't think length is... The thing is, it doesn't feel long if it's enjoyable, right? Like, if you're spending a lot of time in it and you're enjoying every second of it, it doesn't matter how long it is, right? So, yeah. Cruel isn't helping. I kind of like Cruel. I kind of like Cruel. You think it's a perspective thing? A lot of people feel like the game starts in maps and the campaign is just busy. I don't understand that though. I don't understand. Is it like a... I don't know what it is, man. Only 3 times. You really dislike the third? Easy 200 times in PoE 1 and you're a huge hater? How fast is your campaign time in PoE 1? Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, what is the... I don't get it. Like, people will run 1,000 city squares, which is the most repetitive shit on the planet. But then they don't want to do the campaign. Well, I guess with City Square, you're getting like the drops and stuff that makes it different. But too slow, 9 hour? For me, at the moment, having Cruel in the campaign will feel a bit long. But the people who think that they don't like the campaign because of Cruel will hate the campaign after they've done Acts 4, 5, and 6 for the first time. Like 100% guarantee it. That's not even the issue. Those people will still hate that. It feels so well paced with the rate of power. Yeah. You also love the campaign. Just that you have to play the Acts 2 times a little bit boring, but that'll change. Yeah. But the people who hate the campaign now will still hate it after they add 4, 5, and 6. They will. For you having Cruel, having the campaign feel a bit long, sure it'll feel better. Will it though? Will it? I think people think it'll just feel better because they don't know what Acts 4, 5, and 6 are yet. And it'll be new. But after you've done it once or twice or 3 times, you're going to be like, ugh, Act 4. I hate Act 4.
Skip is some D3 level behavior. I thought PPA didn't like Diablo 3 because it wasn't a real ARPG. XDDLLLLLL.
Wait, I thought we weren't allowed to be rude about Diablo 3 and 4. If you enjoy it, length doesn't matter. What is the topic again? You're right. People think they need to be at the endgame ASAP. That's why none of those people enjoy the journey. But what is it about, like, I'm only having fun in the endgame? What is it? Why do you only have fun in the endgame? Like, what is different? Campaign is part of the character's journey. Kind of part. Yeah, I love it, dude. Like, the pace of progression is so good in the campaign. You didn't ad hom anyone who likes C3. I think you know why? It's because the pace of progression in the campaign is no, it's not. The pace of progression in the campaign is way faster. It's way faster in the campaign than in maps. Dude, you're like constantly getting upgrades in the campaign. You're getting new upgrades, you're getting new support gems, you're getting new gems, you're leveling up your gems, you're getting new skill points, you're finding new bases, you're finding, like, there's so much progression. It's so much more rapid progression in the campaign versus the end game. The end game, like, once you have like really good gear, you're leveling up slower. You've got all your 6 links, so you're not getting that boost of power. Like, the progression slows down. But the thing is, I think people are playing for divines. They're not playing for progression. They're playing for divines. The hours you spend in the campaign are hours you're not spending getting monies, and so your entire fun. Yeah, maybe that is it. It's like people are only having fun when they're finding divine orbs, and you're not finding divine orbs in the campaign. So, Cyclone. You eating right now? Is it alright you watch it while they eat? Of course. Oh, you're streaming yourself? Sure. I've done that myself. I've done that too. You also like a campaign, just say you have to play that. Oh, right, I read that. In-game progression is a desert of it. Might be WoW syndrome, as people think that when you start raiding, that's a real game. Yeah, maybe it is like the economy mindset. You're still waiting for someone to make the argument that the average PoE 1 player is doing a campaign in 4 to 5 hours. Yeah. People want dopamine, but dude, I get so much dopamine in the campaign because you're like, oh shit, yes, I found like a magic thing with 2 sockets. My damage is so much higher. It feels great. Oh, and then I found like a greater jeweler's orb. I get my next link. Yeah, it is. Those people don't view upgrade relative to level when leveling. They view it relative to endgame. I wonder what it is. Think you enjoy the campaign more in SF? In trade, you want to get to the area in the game where the big drop happens. Maybe that is it. Maybe it's just the economy, man. Is the economy the problem? You only find the divines in practice runs. You feel the opposite in PoE. You think to yourself, fuck, how long do I have to slog before I'm allowed a 4 link? What do you mean by that? To me, it's just the clearing a monster. You love the campaign, but the fight is a bit clunky early. Oh. You ask people if they want to start off poor IRL to feel the progression from being broke to earning penny by penny. Not many people will take that. They'd rather start off middle class. Whoa. That's deep. Wait, what is this from? Halicon? What did Halicon said? You think if people are not challenged in a unique way with every playthrough, they aren't engaged in the present anymore, and it becomes tedious because they just want to get through it. Ideally, each playthrough offers a unique challenge. That's actually a really interesting point. And I think the moment you start learning the campaign and you start actually trying to go a bit faster, and then like maybe in the back of your head, you know like your average time, there's almost like a self challenge, and that makes it more engaging because you're like, oh yes, I got to act 5 in like 2.5 hours this time. Normally my time is 3 hours, but if you're not fast and it's always just slow, then I kind of get it, right? Zen Setter, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the sub.
Morning boys
And girls. Huh. I don't know. I'm asking this question mainly because if I can figure out why people hate the campaign, maybe you can like deconstruct it, and then instead of like making the campaign something that people like, which they're never gonna like it, rather do like give them a paradigm shift where they're like, now I like the campaign because of this and this and this. You know what I think it is? I think it is learning the campaign. Once you go faster, and once you're like measuring your time against yourself, it becomes way more engaging. And I think I also used to hate the campaign because it was very slow. But then I was like, dude, fuck this. I don't want to spend. It used to, like, when a PoE 1 league dropped, I wouldn't be in maps until the end of the Sunday. So I would like play, and then by Monday morning, I'm like, yeah, I finally made it to maps. Like, damn, man, that sucks. But then when you go faster, you're like, heck yes, I can get to maps in like 5 hours now, 5 or 6 hours. With how Unpwn Trader's been for 0.2, all the price fixing, you're not really excited to rush to maps. The league start. Yeah, everyone seems to like the league start dopamine, because then everyone's kind of on the same level, maybe. Titan Quest. The dopamine limit is too high for games. Nothing will satisfy anymore. Need it fast and need it now. They should, on league start, just send out like a little banky of crack for all PoE players so they enjoy the campaign. You're right. People got rushed in D2 to skip the campaign, and there isn't even an. You're right. Huh. If you can think, I think you can throw out reasons. You can throw out reasons out the window. It probably comes down to the dopamine response per person. People chase dopamine hit, and for that, and for some, that's only when you find a divine or mirror. For others, find that first fall link. Maybe you're right. Okay, people who hate the campaign, how many hours per day do you spend on TikTok? Maybe we need to get into that. Try about, no, it's not a banned topic to ask about RMT. It's like out of 0. Damn it. Okay, wait. I forgot the PoE audience probably doesn't also use TikTok. People, you can see the campaign being boring for people who enjoy trading. Other player interactions. Campaign is also solo fair. Maybe it is like if your goal is to get rich and then craft and stuff, you kind of just want it to be over as soon as possible. I don't know. You don't watch TikTok? Lolcohol stream is enough for me. Enough brain rot. Oh, thanks. I don't know. I think learning the campaign, I promise you, if you just learn basic stuff like layouts and maybe a leveling build, you'll probably enjoy the campaign like 5 times more. Because then you're going into it with intention. You're like, okay, I've got the plan. I'm gonna do this and this and this, and then I'm gonna try to get there. Like for everyone who takes 10, 12 hours to finish the campaign, I promise that with like probably 10 hours of practice, you could cut that down to like 6 hours forever. You're gonna go steal the. Enjoy Seeky Thief. Well, leveling, it's just a combat simulator. How's running the same map, doing the same thing over and over? Fun versus progressing. I guess because you're finding like divines and people are playing for divines. You like the campaign, but you also don't like reloading because when you're enjoying the endgame, you want to stay in the endgame. But the thing is, if you scrimps, like if you know what you're doing, you can get to level 95 in like 3.5 hours. Which sounds crazy, but it's true. You're a theory crafter, you like looking for things to make it build better. That's your dopamine? Yeah. So maybe this is what different people find fun. You take 40 hours. Oh, thanks, Joe Scutz. So you rush your maps, and the more you got good in it, the more fun you had. Is the same economy point, isn't it? If I knew how to make mirrors easily, you would not find the need to be quick endgame. Yeah, I think it's just like finding enjoyment in every section of the game. I think I would probably enjoy the endgame more, and I'm probably going to do this. Something I'm very slow at is my Atlas progression from like tier 1 maps to to like eat an exarch, that is very slow for me. And I don't love that process. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to watch some like Jung progression videos and maybe chat to Timmy and stuff. And then I'll probably love that. Because I'm not feeling like it's such a slog. I'm not saying anyone is wrong, by the way, for not liking the campaign. I'm kind of wondering why. And if there is a way, and poor Jonathan here is like racking his brain, trying to figure out like how do we make people like the campaign more. I don't think they can do it. Your style of ADHD hard caps you, that's an excuse. I don't believe it. What style of ADHD is that? You watching the stream while leveling a character in PoE 1 is because of dopamine. The interaction and stimulation from the streaming content is keeping you from being bored. Nice. Yeah, PoE streams are perfect for playing PoE. It's like a really nice combo. Executive functioning. My friend. I recommend trying to learn some techniques to if you know you've got problems like that. I mean I don't know you. Maybe you've got like the most turbo ADHD of all time. But if you haven't ever done anything to try and sort it out, and I know it's hard, you don't have to struggle forever. There's help out there. Maybe it's different people. You like the build puzzle aspect of it as much as... Yeah. It's like making a magic deck. Huh. Poor Jonathan. You cannot fix PoE players. You mean you brought it down from 30 hours? You appreciate the comments. Yeah. Just, Some people do... Oh, wait. Sorry, I missed a message. Chat going too fast. Help. You think you have a good idea? Keep the first campaign run as normal, then subsequent runs and alt can be modified in some way? Yes, they can be modified in some way. You use leveling gear, and then you go like 3 times faster. That exists. It's called 7 League Steps. 7 League Step boots. I've gone from level 1 to level 95 in 3.5 hours before. Because of that. But more? What more do you want? OMG. What if you could just pay them $20 and then you get to level 70? What about that? Does anyone love Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, and then they'll spend 30 hours setting up the mods playthrough and then only spend 10 hours playing it? I've heard that so many times. You can get maybe 12 hours. You just get sidetracked on way worse than PoE 2 because you love... Man, if you're having fun... Logo, shut up. The chat is now banned. Stop it. Wait. What happened? Is there a place you can get away from the negativity people give GG? Yes. You're in the right place, MTG and PoE. Look at the screen. Are people complaining? Where is everyone being negative? Just remove the campaign. Never. Just learn it.
A familiar face.
Oh. This is a Lolcohol stream. Can we play the game again? Can we watch the video again? Just the bigger channels. You don't want to listen. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Don't worry. I know. I'm not muted. You're muted. Straight up hate. I know. Those people are freaking cringe, dude. Like, go do something. Go do something. Like, get a hobby. Would love a time tracker so you can see if you're getting faster. You get distracted by organizing, tinkering with your build in the campaign. What you can do is download Live Split. But the biggest thing that'll speed you up, Sean, which you touched on, is just having a plan. If you have a plan, you know, okay, I'm getting these gems here. I need to get like a blue-green socket and all of that. And then you like execute that strategy. You'll go so much faster. Way faster. Yeah, you don't get it. There's people who are just miserable, dude. I think they're offloading... I don't know. I understand being upset, but people take it so way too far, man. Way too far. Both PoEs are bad. I don't know what else to say. Yep. having played Act 4, that's how it's meant to work in the second half. All the mechanics are big. Wait, you played Act 4? You a realist? So do I mention that you consider to be wrong with the game a lot, but you genuinely do love PoE 2? Yeah, I also really love PoE 2. I think it's rad. You never applied? Yeah. So let me show you like what I would do for my... Sorry for vaping at you. Gross. Don't worry, we'll get back to the build. We'll get back to the video in a second. All right, calm down. But like, this is why I do this for my builds. It's like, I have literally done all the work for you. I have done the work. You get this, and you get that, then you do this, then you do that, then you do this, then you do that, then you do this. Also, make sure to look out for this. Get this. Here's the skill points. Like, if you do this for yourself, you'll go like twice as fast. And then you can check out the pub. $12 around three hours per act. Yeah, play my builds. Play my builds. I literally freaking hand-hold the frick out of you. Do this, do this, do this, do this. And then you can go like, oh, leveling 1, you go this, and then you have this and this and this. I know it's a lot. It's a lot to take in, but if you do like a practice run, then you will learn it. You only play your own builds. That's fine. But if you do want to go faster, try do that. Like play your own build. Play your own build, but then try do a system like that. You don't want to play my build. Are you playing it in? You playing some PoE 1? Heck yes. Oh, Dead Rabbit. OMG. What the frick?
Best friend.
What's up, Dead Rabbit and friends? How you doing? Make me a League sort of Warb build. Dude, if they buff Warb, I'm so Warbin. Oh, they're shooting me. No. Stop shooting me. Ow. Glad I'm back. Me too. How you doing? How's the stream? You gonna go? Okay, go eat. Go eat, Dead Rabbit. We're watching the interview with Jonathan Rogers and Talkative Tri. We just had a brief pause because we were discussing the campaign. Prepare your guns. Oh my goodness, we're being invaded. Do I also have that? Should we keep going? Now we got another recap. All right, let's start the video from the beginning.
Exile 2 campaign evolve.
Okay, let's start the section from the beginning, rather.
Curious about, and I think a lot of other people are as well.
Give another shout out to
Many
Dead Rabbit.
ARPG veterans have been conditioned to view the campaign as a blip in the journey. You know, you start there and you get through it as fast as possible. Obviously, Path of Exile 2 has been trying to change that. There has been tremendous discourse on this fact, you know, in 0.1 and in 0.2. I'm curious, taking all this and looking at it and looking toward the future, maybe even Acts 4, 5, and 6, how do you see the Path of Exile 2 campaign evolving?
Well, I would say that most of the stuff around this really comes down to the kind of like play speed concerns that people have. So it's like if we can address that, I don't think people are going to be concerned about like campaign length anymore. Like,
What if
Ah, a familiar face.
what if the divine orb drop rate was like, okay, this is going to sound crazy. What if the divine orb drop rate was higher in the campaign than in the endgame?
Ah, a familiar face.
Just think about it. Oh, Rhino and Nick Carito, thank you for the follow. Because if there's people who are just playing for divines, and they're like, oh, I'm never going to get a divine in the campaign. What if? Are my fingers green? They are. But I can hide them.
I would say that like it's not necessarily the case that PoE 2 is that much longer, if it even is that longer at all than PoE 1. If you would think of it in terms of like total distance you need to actually walk and number of monsters you need to kill. It's just that, you know, like it's just the pace is the concern. So if that is higher, or if like there's ways to be that faster in that way, then I think that those kind of concerns will definitely go away or down significantly at the very least. At the same time, it's not helping that cruel difficulty exists, right? Like that's certainly something that is like makes the experience worse. And like it's not like we want cruel difficulty to be there, right? Like it's a compromise that exists until the point we can get more content in. So like basically once we can remove that, I think as well that will help a lot. So that I think it's really the combination of those things that are the primary reason
they're not
why,
great anymore.
you know, why there's a lot of concern over this. And so effectively, so long as we can fix both of those problems, then I think that stuff will be a lot better.
Okay, no announcements here, but there was an interview you did for 020 about Acts 4, 5, and 6, and how it was a little confusing, like the answer. Do you think that they'll be coming one by one, or do you think they'll all be dropping at the same time? I don't know if you know the interview I'm referring to or not.
I just don't. I unfortunately don't want to announce anything.
Oh, you
So
don't.
you'll just have to
Okay.
you'll just have to
Coming one by one, or do you think they'll all be dropping at the same time? I don't know if you know the interview I'm referring to or not.
I just don't. I unfortunately don't want to announce anything.
Oh, you
So
don't.
you'll just have to
Okay.
you'll just have to wait for that one.
Okay,
But,
that's totally fine. All right, I
yeah.
get it. Okay, in the future, now you touched on some archetypes not being fully explored right now, and you might actually be buffing stuff up in this league. Is fire on your radar at all? Because compared to a cold and lightning, it just feels.
Oh shit. Kaltorak, what's up? How you doing, Kaltorak? Let's give Kaltorak a shout out too. Go give Kaltorak is our resident thorns expert / based goat. He is as angry about
a
loving
familiar
Path of
face.
Exile as other people are angry about hating it. Thanks for the follow, Volkov. Ilya, thanks for the prime sub. No, it's fine.
A little
You
lackluster.
can always interrupt me with
and
subs.
I don't know if you think that's just a like design or damage or anything.
I mean, okay, so
Wait, I
It's
missed the
just
question.
a like design lackluster. And I don't know if you think that's just a like
familiar
design
face.
or damage or anything.
I mean, okay, so I definitely would agree that lightning is in a better place than cold and fire. I don't fully know if I would agree that cold and fire are necessarily like that far apart from each other. This actually comes down, I think, to the thing I was touching on earlier about like the ability for a skill to scale. Like lightning, just kind of like when you're designing a lightning skill, like it bouncing around between enemies is kind of like just one of those things that tends to happen, right? Because it's lightning, right? Obviously it should do that. And so what that's kind of led to is like when you're not thinking too hard about scaling, lightning just sort of naturally scales more because it can hit more targets, because it kind of auto targets and bounces. You get those kind of skills that allow it to kind of get that kind of end game clear ability.
So just do that with fire. Like fire has explosions, and then like it ignites stuff and it propagates, and then cold like freezes stuff. I don't know, and explodes. Like freeze explodes, and then the explosions kill other enemies. There you go.
Fire and cold, it's like I
Fixed.
think we have to be
I
a bit more
solved it.
explicit in order to make that happen. So I would say that's kind of the reason I think, like, I mean, obviously there's going to be balanced numbers and there's going to be a million other things and they're unique and there's like 20 other reasons why this can matter. But I think just even just from the base level in terms of scaling, like lightning just as a design space tends to scale more even when you're not thinking about it. And then the other two, yeah, not so much. So I think that that's kind of part of why lightning in particular is kind of like, you know, ended up being something that has got more of that going on.
Lightning and cold have like utility too, with like chill, freeze, electrocute.
Yeah, sure.
right?
I mean, look, fire sort of has its whole burning thing. I mean, look, I mean, the whole difference between damage types things is also something that I think that we didn't explore enough yet in the unique space as well. So what I mean by that is, I don't think that conversion in PoE 2 matters that much because like there isn't enough kind of going on that like allows that to matter, if you know what I'm saying. So like it's kind of like that kind of stuff. I think like we need to like more mechanics, you know, and uniques, like more sort of things in the game will kind of hopefully address that and like make those elements like matter more in terms of what makes them unique and different because of like what's available to use in the rest of your toolbox.
Would you guys consider support
I mean-
gems to convert elemental damage at any point?
I mean, it's not like, I mean, the thing is, right now, I don't think the conversion is really that valuable thing. Like, it's not Like, I don't think there's enough kind of going on. And it's like quintessentially, like, okay, so Acolyte of Chalula, for example, right? Like the chaos conversion is just like not really valuable like it should be. And it's just because like there's not really anything about that that's kind of like important enough. So it's like when this was designed, it's like the assumption was, oh, like converted to chaos is valuable, right? Like it was valuable in PoE 1, therefore it's valuable here, but it's kind of not because like of the other tools that are available. And so then it kind of ends up making that class like not as cool as it should be for that reason. So it's like then we either have to think, okay, do we need to be adding tools that are going to make that more, or do we need to be adjusting how that class works? Like, we obviously have to work this out, like make some other changes potentially. But it's like that kind of stuff. It's like sometimes there is just PoE 1 brain going on in terms of like, oh, like this is valuable in PoE 1, therefore it must be valuable in PoE 2. Like, you sometimes don't even think that fully through, right? Because you like to even understand why or it is or is not kind of depends on a full understanding of like every other, the whole unique metagame. The thing is like tomorrow a unique could come out. I'm not saying it will, but I'm saying tomorrow a unique could come out that that makes Acolyte of Chalia suddenly amazing, right? It's like it's completely down to like the context in which it exists in. So what I'm saying is like, yeah, it's
going to come out next week is what you're saying. Right.
I'm not going to promise anything. I don't actually know for sure the case, but what I'm saying is like there's that element going on. So that I would say is part of the problem. Like we just need to make sure that we're like understanding a bit more about like what about. But look, it's easy once you've got players playing it and you can see what they're doing and you can see that they haven't found anything, right? It's okay, well, if they haven't found anything yet, that probably means they're not going to. We probably have to like actually come up with something to juice this particularly, whether that's the class or whether that's unique or some other element, to make that possible. We just need to sort of make that happen. And I'd say conversion in general, but Acolyte of Chalia in particular, like has like problems around that.
So you got that. You're segueing perfectly into a rapid fire question. Acolyte of Chalula, we have like 23 Acolyte players out there, and they really want some love. You guys aware? Is that maybe one of the candidates for a buff in?
Oh, definitely for sure. Yeah,
it is
for sure.
Awesome, fantastic, good to hear. Okay, if you're not going to answer campaign questions,
I'm back.
How about let's do one more endgame question, then I got a set of really quick questions to answer.
Okay.
The infinitely expanding Atlas. As more people have played it, like I said, 6 months, going into like 1.0, whenever that comes out, are you confident this is going to be the system going into 1.0?
Well, I guess what I would say about that is basically, I mean, we sort of covered this before, right? Like where I was discussing the thing with the towers overlapping and all those various things.
Yeah.
That kind of really comes down, all comes into it. So what I would say is like, I don't think we've found it quite yet.
Okay.
I hope that I personally love the whole infinite expanding Atlas thing, like as an idea, and like I want to make sure that can happen. But obviously, like nothing, if it doesn't, if we can't make the end game awesome, then we will change it, right? Like everything's like
Not
that.
final,
Now, as I said, I think we've got a lot more to try before.
It's fine. No, I think what would be easier, Knockadrag, is if you say like, be more specific, right? Because if you look at it like from the core, Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2 are very similar. You still got like, you've got your trees, you've got your maps, you've got the campaign, you've got your character class, you've got your ascendancies, you've got all of that. Like, I'd say 90% of it is the same, but which part is particularly to you at least very different, right? Because you haven't said anything bad. I'm not going to ban you. You haven't said anything bad. Have you? Right? Support gems were a big hit. I agree with that. I think support gems, a lot of power needs to go back to support gems. I agree with that.
We have to change how that is, but that it's like nothing is sacred ultimately if it means getting in the way of like something being good. So yeah, like I want it to be there. We'll see what happens.
Okay, cool. All right, lots of rapid fire questions here, and then we'll close out with a question that I'm sure that you'll answer. You won't dodge me out of it at all. Okay, so div cards. We saw mention the winner in all three races is going to be able to make one.
Yeah.
Are they coming soon? And if they are, any changes from PoE 1? Are they going to work the same?
Pretty soon. Fundamentally, they work similarly, but we do have some just like stuff to kind of make it a little bit like. I mean,
you can tell me. It's okay. Nobody's listening.
It's like there were some just cases in PoE 1 where you kind of had like some of the things you could pick kind of like we're a bit silly, like in a way. Not okay, that's not quite getting to it. It's like I don't want just like 20 copies of div cards that are effectively ultimately doing the same thing, just because they've got slightly different variations, same like exact stuff. So we're gonna control that a little bit more this time to kind of make it so that like, okay, if you're the div card that's this, then like that's your thing, and like no one else is gonna be stomping on that. You don't kind of have like a billion ways to all just give you a like a mage blood.
Okay. Got it.
Like in PoE 1, you know what I mean? Like, so we want to
Yeah.
just do some adjustments there. But that's kind of more of a thing around, like, the people making the div cards rather than the thing around actually finding them. So I don't have anything to talk about on that side yet, but yeah, it won't be too far away. We do have some pretty nice looking art.
Yes.
That's pretty cool. So,
Is it going to be different from Path of Exile 1, like brand new art for PoE 2 for div cards?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's exciting. Okay.
Yeah.
Is the plan to still allow players to log into separate accounts via couch co-op? Because I know that was originally
That
the
is
intention.
the plan. That will probably be the thing that the console guys do after they've done the ability to transition from mouse and keyboard to controller on the fly, like on the fly.
Seamlessly,
So once they're done with that, we'll probably work on the couch co-op different account thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I've heard chat is going wild about this, and I know you've talked about it ad nauseum.
What is
but I'm
it?
still curious. Any more options for armor or defensive layers related to it, potentially
Yes.
coming in 0.20 or 0.3?
Yes.
I don't have anything to say about it at this point. Like, this is one of those like this is probably going to be another freaking multi-day conversation with Mike to work out the details of. So once PoE 1's out, we'll probably have a long discussion. I'm certain about. Certainly something that people are very keen for.
Okay. Any timeline on adding passive tree layouts to the game? We know that those are coming in PoE 2.
Are
Any
they?
timeline on those?
Oh, you mean
Just
the
pathing. The pathing.
the thing where you
Hmm.
know what? I need to follow up on that again. I actually don't know what the timeline was on that one. I need to go talk to the UI guys about when that will be. Hopefully, I mean, look, I want to get it in, so it won't be too far away.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Would it be possible to add an option to disable auto-targeting either as a global setting or on a skill-by-skill basis? I've heard some people complaining about that a little bit.
So I have a huge thing about this.
Uh-oh. Not a
that
rapid-fire question.
But it's like, this is not a rapid-fire question. It's a very complicated thing. Okay, so like, because I've got like crazy theories about why this is suddenly an issue and like all these other things. Like, it's like a whole. So, because like, okay, PoE 2 and PoE 1 targeting is identical. There is no difference between these, right? And targeting in PoE 1 was not a big thing that people were worried about. Like, this just wasn't a thing. And so I'm like, why is it different in PoE 2? Because people have been saying, okay, it's like there's a lot of people talking about parallax error, right? So what we're talking about here is like targeting is relative to your feet, right? And like, to me, that makes total sense, because I'm like, okay, like when you click, that's exactly where you move to. When you right click, that's exactly where the projectile flies over, right? Like, it seems to make sense to me. And so I always assumed that this was how every ARPG worked. Like, I actually just assumed that. Like, I didn't actually know, and I never really thought about it before, because it was just so obvious to me that that's how it should be. But then when people started posting about this, I'm like, okay, I'm actually going to try out just like a bunch of other games and just see, like, really look at them, how they work. And I noticed that, like, okay, the first one I tried was D4, and I'm like, okay, they actually do this differently. They have it so that when you right click, the projectile exactly moves to the mouse. And to me, I'm like, this is insane, actually, because like when you click in the location, you run to a different, like if you click to your right, you'll run right. But if you right click there and fire a projectile, you'll fire diagonally downwards. And I'm like, okay, like, and yet this is more intuitive to people. And so I'm starting to think like, okay, well, at least to some people, right? So I'm starting to think like, okay, well, what's the difference here? And then I started thinking like, a big change in PoE 1 and 2 was WASD. And when you're using click to move, every time you click, it's like reinforcing the fact that everything's relative to your feet, because it's like, that's where you move to, right? So you're like, click, you're moving there every single time. Every single click is like reinforcing this like way of thinking about where things are relative to your character.
Yes, okay.
But when you're in WASD, oftentimes you are effectively just saying, I want to fire that way. You know, like, this is the direction I want to fire in. So maybe you, like, internally in your head, you just sort of think about it differently. So if you're, like, to me, it working the other way is actually unintuitive. And I actually tried in D4, like, okay, if I, like, don't click on the monster, if I, like, am specifically trying to click on the ground to hit the monster, and I just play like that for a little while, like, what do I end up with? And I actually was missing all the time, because once again, it's not intuitive to me. But
Whoa. Okay, this is interesting. It's all good. We can be friends. We can be friends. It's chilled.
I'm like, okay, but if like one of the biggest other RPGs works this way, it does seem reasonable for us to have an option to change it to work that way.
So it's just like it's almost like just a mental preference where it's like some people like inverted mouse or something like that. Because I've never struggled with the aiming in PoE 2 either. Like I've never noticed that as a problem, but other people have. So maybe it's just like oh, okay.
And so then I started looking into these other games, and so like
Okay.
like I checked Last Epoch. That one somewhat inexplicably seems to look at your knee height, and I don't know why, rather than the chest height. It's so weird. So I don't know what's going on with that. What's it called?
Torchlight? Maybe?
Sorry, what was that? Sorry.
Torchlight Infinite? I don't know.
Torchlight Infinite.
No
That's
Rest for the
chest
Wicked?
height. No Rest for the Wicked. I actually didn't check that one.
Okay.
But I checked. Oh God, what's it called? Whatever. There was another one I checked that was also feet. Like it is a variety, right?
Okay.
The game. But okay. But it's like Diablo 4 is obviously like a game that tons of people played. You know, you got a lot of people come.
Wait. So where do we shoot out of? What is the way that it currently works? Because the way that it currently works for my brain. You think Grim Dawn? Maybe it is Grim Dawn. Because so he didn't play PoE 1. He complained about aiming the crossbow being weird. How does it currently work? Do you shoot out of? Don't you shoot where your mouse is? He said from the feet because it's the position of where you click from. But like if I click somewhere with my mouse, doesn't it go there? Or is he saying that it doesn't? I don't even know. This is just like something I've never felt.
Coming from that to us, like this fundamental thing working differently is something that can matter. So basically what I'm saying is we are actually looking into having an option for this.
No.
Whether or not it's the default or not is going to be an argument.
Okay.
You know, like that's a question. And I think that and the reason why I bring this up, right, when you just talk about the whole disabling the auto targeting thing is because there's a very specific and this might even be hard to explain without a picture, so I might have to hold this coffee cup up here.
Oh, here we go.
As a visual aid here. So okay, we're getting right into it now. Basically, okay. So if you are targeting from your chest to chest, then basically when you move off, like if this is the bounding box of a monster, then as soon as you move the cursor off that, then the location on the ground that is nearest to that will
it's
be
behind
closer,
it.
in terms of like the angle that your projectile would fire to the like location, like you move a small amount of distance of the mouse and you get a small amount of rotation of the of like where you're going to aim.
Right.
But using the system from your feet, it means that like when you move off a monster, that change in angle is quite a lot larger, because if you move off from here to here, it's like there's quite a big snap that happens. And so I think that when people are talking about wanting to disable this, it's because when they slightly click off the monster, it's resulting in an outsized amount of difference in angle of actual that you're attacking with. And so that sort of...
Knuckle Dragger! Thank you for the sub. Welcome in. Yeah, see, we can be friends. We can be friends. It goes in that direction, but the projectile generates from your chest, so it goes a little bit over the cursor. It's so weird. Is this just something that like I find intuitive that I've never noticed? Huh. Cheers, Knuckle Dragger.
Then means you're like your instinct without sort of thinking about it too hard is going to be, oh, I just want to disable that, right? Rather than it just being that, like, if the 2 points were closer together, then that wouldn't be a concern that you would have. So as I said, I want to try just first, like, okay, let's just try with this thing to do that, and then we'll see how that goes. And then like there might be a world where I'd consider having it so that you can disable name locking as well. But I don't think that's going to be a complaint. Like it never was in PoE 1. The moment that you don't have that problem. And I said, I think in PoE 1 the reason why it wasn't because people were so conditioned to how it worked from the way you're clicking to move. So I think it really is WSD that introduced us to that issue. But yeah, anyway, that's a long rant. It's like a whole thing that we're looking into at the moment, and that's what I have to say about that. But it took quite a lot of like thinking about it and working it out to sort of see what the issue was there.
Okay. Well, thank you, Diablo 4. We'll look out for it. That's pretty cool. Okay. So on consoles, the Hideout music player doesn't work after being bought. Any idea if there's a fix? Like people apparently been reporting
honestly, like that was not on my radar.
Oh.
go like immediately and just ask someone to see why that is. Because
We want to hear
there's
Camille's
almost certainly
bangers.
going to be a bug in the issue tracker.
Okay.
There's almost certainly a bug in the issue tracker sitting there about that, and I just need to say that that's kind of unacceptable that doesn't work.
Awesome. And then one little quality of life feature before the silly question. Some people have difficulty reading text in chat in game. Is there an opportunity to perhaps add some options like an opacity slider on it instead of being all or nothing?
You can make
So-
it bigger, right?
We for like a long time have been wanting to do like a full chat revamp.
Oh,
And
yes.
the problem then has been that because we've got that in the like what we want to do, it means that every time someone suggests like a little thing, they're like, oh, but we should just wait to do that for the whole huge chat revamp. And I just need to actually make sure the chat revamp happens so that because we want to add more options and more things and like have a bunch more stuff going on with that. So
Okay.
yeah, basically before release, definitely we will have a chat revamp, and that'll like a lot of those kinds of problems we can just fix.
All right. Awesome. One more Path of Exile related question and one that is unrelated, unless maybe it inspires you. Anybody in the office playing Expedition 33? I have to ask. It's the only game that's taken me away from PoE 2, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah, certainly it's pretty popular. I played it.
Okay.
I kind of like I fell off right after the end of Act 1.
Really?
Not to spoil anything, but there was something that happened there that kind of for some reason just kind of made me go, I don't know. Like it just kind of maybe a bit unhappy now. People tell me that I really should keep going because there's a lot more cool stuff, and so I hopefully I will get time to do that. But yeah, and then Doom came out, and like, and then
Okay.
there was that whole thing, and like so I kind of got knocked off again. But there's lots of people around the office who are loving it.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. So,
Dude, there's actually been so many games this year. There's been so many games. There's PoE 2, there's a new Elden Ring, there was The Last Epoch, Doom, so many things. Expedition 33, then there's some personal favorites, Monster Train 2.
I know
So
why you
good.
fell off, and it tells me a lot about your personality, Jonathan. So everybody can no spoilers in the chat, guys. No spoilers. But
Yeah.
Oblivion,
Okay, cool.
Time Quest 2.
All right. Last question before we send you off, man. Thank you for staying a few minutes over. Okay. Jonathan, I duped myself into thinking the druid was coming into Dawn of the Hunt. I was like completely blinders on. Everyone's like, you're wrong, you're wrong. No, the druid's coming, the huntress is coming. I know it was originally supposed to like release with the huntress, and you don't need to get into timelines with the druid. I'm curious, can you reveal what kind of happened there? Was there like I heard something about animation snafus. Was it a balance concern? Like what's happening?
It just wasn't ready. That's all I
Just
can
wasn't
say.
ready?
It just wasn't ready. So,
Okay.
yeah, I don't know what else to tell you.
Okay. Are bear and wolf forms still planned? Those two?
Well, you will have to find out when we announce
Okay.
everything.
Okay. Well, I have a few more things, but I don't want to go over time, man. Thank you so much for giving me an hour and a half of your day. I know that you were booked literally the entire week except for this 90-minute window. So I
Yep.
really appreciate it. I do. So
Yeah, no problem.
I wish you luck with the Path of Exile 1 League. Is there anything else that you wanted to say before?
Oh, not really. I
Love
mean, yeah, that's great. It's a great interview.
Okay.
So, thanks very much.
All
And,
right.
yeah, I'll see you again next time.
All right. Definitely, Jonathan. Have a great one. Talk to you later.
You too. You too.
All right. Chat.
Where's the crafting? You
How
didn't
was
ask
it?
about crafting.
How did the interview go?
You didn't ask about crafting. Wait, I think it was great. That was rad. Good job, Talkative Tri. 63,000 views. Damn. Look at this guy. This guy's so good at YouTube. Let's see the live. I want to see what he said afterwards. What did everyone think about it? Okay, interview end. Okay, then we can go back and read the comments.
I told myself I'm going to follow up on questions. So I ended up not being able to ask all the questions. Oh, I should have prepared less questions. I'm sorry. But that was really good. I think we got some good information, okay? I think the biggest piece of information it was at literally the first 15 minutes, which I guess is kind of the best thing to happen.
Damn, and the stream got 35,000 views. OMG. Try. Good job.
For everyone, because a lot of people won't watch most of the interview.
Mm-hmm. I watched
They are
it.
looking at dates now and not content. So Path of Exile 1 leagues are out every 4 months flat.
Dude,
And-
that is the biggest W. And like, look, I think PoE 2 is going to get to a point where most people like it. And then we're all going to have a new league every 2 months. It's going to be 6 weeks. No, wait. 7 weeks of league, and then 2 weeks of spoiler season, and then the announcement, and then new league. It's just going to be dopamine overload. How do they? I don't know, dude. I've never understood.
And
I
PoE 2,
love
they're going to
Talkative
be
Tri.
staggered 2 months, and they're going to stay to that, apparently, which is a big win. And then no nerfs, but buffs in PoE 2. I thought those were the 2 biggest things of the interview. I don't know if people agree or not. How did people like it? Well done, W. Zana confirmed. Also, Zana was confirmed.
Yeah, he did not deny it. He didn't deny it. He was like, "Oh, yeah, you're pulling out the trump card, right?"
Didn't say anything about Zana not being confirmed. That was awesome. I really appreciate. I really appreciate their time. That was
Oh shit! No, I didn't mean to click. Sorry,
confirmed. That was awesome. I really appreciate.
I miss Zana too.
I really appreciate their time. That was really good.
But now Talkative Tri said something about them maybe doing the group interview with the Dream Core and me and Sir Gog. Although I'd probably shit my pants. I'd be so scared. I'd be so scared. No, I wouldn't be scared. I'd just be nervous as shit. What, Zana, PoE boss? Zana, our queen. She's gone.
Oh, that was so much fun. What did you guys think about it? Let me look at the chat. Yo, DM, thanks for the raid, man.
Oh, how damn! Look at the raid from Darth Microtransaction. What a legend!
How was it? Was it good? Was it bad? Be honest, guys. Like,
It was great.
I tried to get to a good amount of stuff. When I looked at the clock and I saw there were 30 minutes left, I was like,
You didn't play it?
crap.
Oh, okay. Zana was an NPC in PoE 1 that was like a major part of the story, and then she vanished for a while, and she's not been back, so she might come back. Maybe.
I was on question 20 of 53.
There we go. Gail said it well.
Question 20 of 53.
53.
Next time I'll order my questions better. Quicksilver flasks exist? Is that what Jonathan was saying? Was Jonathan saying Quicksilvers are coming? Is that, come on.
No.
Was that what it was?
No. Never.
Well done on the last question, made him human. He is a human. They're all humans.
Wait, that was such a fucking like deranged thing to say. You made him human? What? Who do they think these are? Do you think these are like old robots that are making these games? Wait, I just want to quickly talk to Try. Sorry, I need to go read your comments. I need to read the comments. All right, what did they?
Hey, Exile.
Okay, yep, I know. What did people say? Okay, let's make it nice and big. There you go. I will quickly. Oh, let's just remove that. Okay. I know there's a whole lot of stuff in the way. Huge thanks everyone for the support. These discussions would be impossible. How did I like it? Talkative Tri was brilliant. It was excellent. Like 10 out of 10. So good. We're going through the comments now. Do you also feel it? Do you feel like we're on the cusp of a dawn of a new era of Path of Exile where everyone's happy and everyone's friends and everyone's just like enjoying? Or it's probably never gonna happen. Kin Cat Noodles, a new series of videos explaining the PoE 1 campaign lore act by act. Yeah, no, it was excellent. It was excellent. Man, your videos are doing so freaking well. Look at this. 64,000 views in 12 hours. I want to, you don't have to tell, but I want to know what the average view duration on this. And between you and me, okay, you don't have to, okay? 82,000. You don't have to. I'm very curious what this video earns. I'm very curious. I just want to know. You don't have to tell me though. I know it's private financial advice, okay? But 82,000 views in 12 hours. And the live is 35,000 views. You will? I'm just curious about like what is a well-performing high average view duration podcast? Like how much does that earn, right? Because the thing that a lot of people don't understand with YouTube is views. Everyone thinks, oh, this got a lot of views, therefore it made X amount of money. It's all to do with your average view duration. Like how long do people sit and watch your videos? So the number that really matters is how many hours of your content have been watched this month, right? And Talkative Tri, and I'll admit, I've been investigating, I've been looking at some other content creators, right? To see And I know Talkative Tri has very, very, very high average view duration, and that converts into more money, right? Because let's say an ad plays once every 3 minutes, for example, right? If you can keep people watching your video for 12 minutes, and I can only keep them for 6 minutes, even if we both get 1,000 views, your video's played twice as many ads. So then you're getting more money, right? So that's the thing. It's like, what keeps people hanging around on a Talkative Tri video for... Try, are you able... I don't know if you're able to like hang out and chat. It doesn't have to be on camera or on stream, but I'm curious, do you know what your average view duration is? If that's information you're willing to share? Yeah, average view duration is huge for money. Your old WoW videos had very high AVD, and the viewership of your PoE content is so high, but you made twice the money on the WoW vids. Yeah. Never ever seen someone from a dev team who sits down and talks to the rest of the community or say it, don't ban me. The community is so spoiled to the point that they are way too entitled. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you imply that the community is entitled? How could you? Oh wait, I literally made a video saying our Path of Exile players too entitled, and the thumbnail was get over it. I agree with you. They're hella entitled. They're spoiled. They don't realize it. Doesn't mean you can't have criticism, but like, holy shit. Okay, let's see. How do you check your average view duration? It's like you've had these people freaking feeding you milk and honey for a decade, and now they only feed you the honey, and you're like, oh no, where's the milk? Where's the milk? I don't even know. How do you see your average view duration? Oh, whoa. Oh no, wait, that's on my lives. Damn. Videos? Dude, my average view duration is so shit. I think I'm bad at YouTube. I think I might be bad at YouTube. Oh no. Hold on, wait. Let's check my last 90 days. What is my average? Oh no. Oh no. Has it really... well, no, for our type of content, right? Yeah. Exactly. For our type of content. But that's why I try to make a video like this, which is a bit different. And they're more likely to use ad blocker, but it's more like 12 minutes and 10 seconds. Dude, my average view duration in the last month, okay, I haven't released that many videos, is 3 minutes and 30 seconds. You had 91,000 watch hours. My watch hours last month was 5,000. It's 5,000. It's so good. It's so good. Crazy. Oh, I don't know if I want to click that in Wactor. That is good. So, oh. No, Family Guy sucks ass. With videos... What? The one video... Wait, your one video is 30k watch hours? From one video, not counting last night. Wait, 30,000 watch hours. Dude, that's so much money. That is so much monies. I gotta pivot. I'm becoming a Tri. I'm copying Tri now. I'm gonna copy all his videos. I'm doing some quick maths.
Face.
30. Wait. 91,000. What the frick? What the frick? 19,000. Wait, so from one live stream, you made 4 times as many watch hours as I did? That's... Tri, you're so good. I want to talk to Talkative Tri. What is my accent? South African. Function. Thank you for the follow. I actually want to... There's a couple of people I want to talk to. I want to talk to Talkative Tri, and I want to talk to Darth Microtransaction, because you guys are doing something different and something good, and I've been secretly I've been snooping, shall we say. I've been snooping and looking at at what you guys do and what you don't do,
Ah, a
and why it's
familiar
different.
face.
Because the thing is, Fizzle, thanks for the follow. A lot of banked up questions for the 4-way podcast. Yes. It's getting enough. Maybe the secret to the engagement is getting enough hate watches. Nah. It's just well-paced, good content with like, okay, so what I did, little behind the scenes, this weekend, I looked at, so when there was that 0.2.0H, that 0.2.0H patch, a whole lot of different content creators released a video basically covering it. And I looked at a few different people. I'm not going to say names, but there's some creators who will get, like when they release, huge new Path of Exile info just dropped, 60,000 views. Or other ones will get 100,000 views on just like an information, here's a new patch, right? Most PoE creators, if they release this video, would get under 10,000. And I wanted to know why. I wanted to know why. You hate yourself in the thumbnails? No, you don't. Look how cute you look. Look how nice your beard looks. Who here loves the Talkative Tri beard? Look, I did a full face. I've never done a face thumbnail this big. I've never done a face this big before. I'm going to start doing it. Yep. My beard? I don't have a beard. I just have like, I haven't shaved for a couple of days. Will I also, I cannot grow a beard, and also my mother would disown me. My poor mother. Okay, let's get some, I have no beard. I'm facial hair deprived. Am I 40? You like men's faces like you like your head, bald. With teeth. Sorry. $32, I'm 34. Close. I would like to speak to Mr. Talkative Tri about content. I never hear content creators talking about content. It's always about like talking about Path of Exile, or is that something that people would be interested in though? Would people want to, or Mr. Talkative Tri? Like, here's a question for you. Like, did you have like a eureka moment when you realized everything like clicked, or what do you think is like the biggest mistake that other creators make, or that kind of stuff? Your family is gone in 2 weeks. Yes, then we'll be alone at last. We can finally do the interview. Look at the band-aid finger. That's your problem? It's very niche. You wanted to ask people to make thumbnail videos and stuff for PoE, but it's just, yeah. Well, the thing is, you could, maybe there are questions that people would be interested in, but maybe not. I don't know. So it could just be in private, or we could just do it, and then if people want to watch, they can. If they don't, then they can, like, I don't know, complain about something else somewhere. Oh, Sean, Talkative Tri, we've got a positive message for you. Sean says, I love Talkative Tri. Positivity is a great oasis in a sea of negativity. Love GOG and Darth microtransaction too. You're interested in the content like that? You don't know about the masses? The cat thing is my band. They are green. They're green. I've got a hole in my finger. You think it would work well if you interviewed several people with different size channel to get the same? Yeah. That's the thing. With the same questions. Is the issue not a PoE issue, but a general content creator issue of making content that appeals to a broad audience and consistent enough to keep people coming back? Okay. Do you want to know what it is? Okay, so I watched a Darth microtransaction news video. And I'm like, why does a Darth microtransaction news video get 100,000 views, whereas a Lolcohol news video gets like 5,000 views? And I noticed a lot of things, and I like took notes and like went back and forth between other creators, and there's so many just tiny subtle things that people do. And I think the reason I want to speak to you and Darth is to find out, like, do you do this self-consciously? Is this a very deliberate choice? Is it something that you've like analyzed your own content and realized what works and what doesn't? Is it just like a natural thing that you do? Is it, I don't know. Are you emulating other people and learning from other people? You have a few tricks up your sleeve? I know you do. And there are a lot of things that I will say. There's a lot of things that PoE content creators do subconsciously that's a turnoff. It's just a turnoff. And I noticed that when I compared videos from myself to Darth and Tri, and other creators to Darth and Tri, we all kept doing these same things. And then when I did this video, I tried to not do that. It didn't do great, but if I keep doing it, hopefully it gets better, right? I think it'd be cool to see an interview between the two of you on how we both go about the content creation process, like what's different from start to end. That'd be cool. Yeah. It's not about the video itself, it's about the accumulation of many videos behind it, kind of like a signature on a napkin. Yeah, exactly. So the thing is, I think if I kept making videos like this, then people might keep coming back for them. They're not like, oh, it's just another boring news video from another boring Path of Exile creator who's just doing the same boring thing. DM's gambling videos? Yeah. Darth, there's something... The letters are a little bit flat. They are. You can't see the background. Yeah, if you only make one news video, you won't come back to me for the news. Yeah. Then my other videos, you notice a difference? Okay, good. Because I wrote down a whole lot of stuff. I compared Darth and Tri to me and other people, and then I was like, okay, I'm gonna try implement this stuff. With the news video, you won't come back. Yeah. PoE content creation space is really boring and stagnant when it comes to content diversity. Everyone kind of has the same style. Not many people try new things. Like I said, a lot of creators really just do news, churn videos, and build guides, very rarely in between. Yeah. And I've been trying to figure that out. Because I agree with you. His YouTube is in... Oh, Riker. Yeah. Riker was. We'll do more crafting stuff. But the thing is, you also don't want to be limited as like, you are the X guy. You're the X guy, and people come to you to see X. And if you don't do that, then they all run away because they're like, oh, he's not doing the thing. But yeah. You watch Riker's videos? Yeah. Hey folks, this is Riker with the gaming news wrap-up video with the happenings of the week. I love those videos. Quit calling me the Thorns guy. Now you're the Thorns guy. You're only allowed to play Thorns. A montage of what a build can do or drops from a farming strategy. It's like a highlight reel and then the video that goes on into detail. Yeah, that's right, hey. I wish I could like go behind the scenes and dig in everyone's YouTube, not like all their YouTube stats and see. Empyrean? I love MP. MP is my frick. MP is just so good. He is like the perfect crossover of personality fun guide content. It's just so much fun. Become an editor for all the PoE content creators, see all the secrets and begin my own empire. Oh, you're right. Genius. Watching 20 streamers using the same build, doing the same thing with the same strat isn't fun either. Well, I mean, only if you're there just for the content, right? Only if you're there just for the Path of Exile. Because you could watch someone entertaining do the same thing as someone else, and then it doesn't matter what they're doing, right? It depends what you're there for. Oh, I'm the PoE goat. Me? Oh, thanks. There isn't some magic trick or ingredient. 90% is grinding out your niche. No, it's... No. I don't like looking at it like that. That's like saying... It's not grinding. It's grinding hard, but also grinding intelligently, right? You gotta grind smart. Doesn't matter if you don't like... No. My point is, you can shit out 1,000 bad videos. That's that, and you could say like, oh, I'm on my grind, right? I'm on my grind. I'm releasing like 3 videos a day, and like, no, they suck ass. No one cares. You gotta grind hard and grind smart. Option 3, become PoE. I know you're saying don't be unproductive. 1,000 bad videos is still videos. No videos, then yeah. No, but the thing is, if you just dilute your content with like bad, low effort thing, and then you're like, it's the same as just like streaming endlessly, and you think you're on the grind, and I'm like, I'm streaming 12 hours a day to like no one. Oh, I'm on the grind. I'm like working. It's like that's not really working. Working hard. The reality is working hard, but hard. Hard does not mean hours. It just means not. It does not mean junk output. I know. It means focus effort on the goal and consistent results. Yes. Yeah, that's fine. I agree with that. But I don't know why you said the... Sorry, I don't know why I felt like you were attacking me. I think you troll me so much that when you're giving me like sincere advice, I take it as like an attack. Can't be a content bot. You did grind and make it introductory videos for all 19 sensitive for free show. Total view number of all 19 videos barely 1,000. People don't want to be informed. This one builds, yeah. Try to improve the quality, yeah. I think I misunderstood Guitarolic. And while you might not be a creative, you literally built 3 builds. Yep. Exactly. To work output. Yeah, I know. I know. But the thing is, one is having the motivation, understanding what you're doing, knowing how to grow. Grind as a word gets thrown a lot. Yeah. Frick off, Shadow. Ruku Suave, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, Guitaraholic, he's like... He's broken my brain. Whoa. Ew. No, stop. Delete that. Gross. Why is it such a disgusting word for such a beautiful action? But yeah, I think I will speak to anyone smoking a little something. Not me. I'm boring. The most intense chemical I ingest is xylitol. I know. I hate to admit it, but I'm a Coke Zero enjoyer. If anything you've learned doing this, motivation fades, energy ebbs and flows, with a consistent nature of every day matters, even on the days when it's hard to. Yeah. Oh yeah, motivation, absolutely. And energy ebbs and flows. But I think the point is trying to find. I need to think. I've been thinking. Yep, I agree. Erectile dysfunction? Huh? No. Yeah, write a book, Guitaraholic. Output for output. Yes, output for output's sake is bad, but withholding output because it could be better. Yes, or needs more polish, and you could turn it. Oh yeah. I bajillion% agree with that, Guitaraholic. I a million% agree with that. Perfectionism. I don't want to say this, but perfectionism is a trait of inexperienced people. It is like people who are good and know what they're doing, I don't think often describe themselves as perfectionists because they understand it. I think being a perfectionist is like saying I actually don't know when something is good enough. Whereas when you are good enough, you can say, yeah, it's not perfect, but it's good enough. It can go out. But then you don't want to be too far on the other side where you're like, it doesn't matter, it's shit. I'll just put it out. Where's Talkative Tree? What are the comments like? Yeah, exactly. You did output for the output's sake around July 2024. How did that affect the channel? When was July 20? You don't anymore. You stopped around then. Perfection is the enemy of good. It's true. People still think you do it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Guitaraholic. I agree. Like, you... it's also normally just an excuse to not release something. Daily uploads? I don't know about that. Well, okay. Yeah, like I think Tri has also said, is having a content plan where it's a daily something, right? It's like a daily something where I think Tri, you've been putting out like a short, or you've been putting out like a stream or a post or something like that daily. Like, look at this guy. It's just a happy face. It's just this guy has infected everyone's minds. It doesn't matter if you go on a Sogog video or a Lolcohol video. Somebody's talking about Talkative Tri. There's always a Talkative Tri comment, and it's because he's always freaking in your brain and on your feed. There's either a Talkative Tri short, or there's a Talkative Tri video, or you go on Reddit and there's Talkative Tri, or you go on Twitter and there's freaking Talkative Tri. This guy's everywhere. He's all over the place. Oh, were there negative? And that's what you gotta do, man. You gotta be ubiquitous. Talkative, ubiquitous, big dickwitous Tri. Our hero. That's why you're starting your all new shows, to make sure you have a constant content stream. Will be Thorns, random interviews, random commentary, YouTube shorts. Yeah. You always see Sogog on Reddit. He is the all-encompassing, omniscient Tri. And I need to do the same. GGG Officers playing Expedition 33. Patch delays incoming. Oh no. Whether you like Jonathan's takes or not, we gotta give him kudos because he's trying to communicate and be open about the ongoing development and the pitfalls that come with it. Yeah, everyone's so nice. Haven't played PoE 2 in a bit, but I'll always listen to a dev interview. Something about it is just so cozy and I learned so much. I hope devs never stop doing these. Much love to both of you. So wholesome. The new website only tries. Your interview skills have grown a lot. From the style to the interesting questions. Very pleasant watch. 100%. You nailed it. Love this interview so much. Hey, I know this guy. This is Cal Torak. Tri, you are a fantastic host. Really felt like Jonathan was comfortable and enjoyed the question. 0.3 silent. Dude, I think 0.3 is going to be excellent. And also try, 100% agree. I remember when we did our last podcast.
Ah, a familiar face.
Thank you, Pressure Cooking, for the follow. I remember when we did our last podcast, Try was like, oh crap, I haven't prepared anything. I guess I'll just wing it. And then you just like whipped out the perfect, best intro I've ever heard. I was like, what the frick? Who is this guy? The only one who competes with him is perhaps Armistead. You're a big Try simp? Same. I'm a shill. I'm a trash shill. Very nice job. One of the best PoE 2 interviews you've seen. Guitaraholic also said that he thinks that was the best PoE 2 interview so far. There were 3 people with a steady smile throughout this whole interview. Try, Jonathan, and me. You're the best person to represent my curiosity and enjoyment for the game via the questions you asked. Such an understanding point of view. Jonathan probably knew how genuine you were, and he opened up way more than to most. It felt like a real conversation about common interests, not an agenda-driven interrogation like some other recent interviews with the devs. Was not disappointed at all after the hype you built up announcing this event. Wait, you totally forgot you had to do an interview? Really? Huh? Paid shadow. Oh, the intro? I think you should just keep winging it. You do great with them. You should actually... A lot of interview podcasts that I used to listen to, there was never like a start like, hey everyone, today we're talking to blah 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 blah. They would just like sit down with the guests and it's recording and that's it. You gotta cook yourself some dinner and start your PoE 1 practice. Heck yes. Catch you later, Darashi. You need a smooth intro into it? Not really. You could start the interview with like the behind the scenes. I don't know. That's the job of a good interviewer, make the guests feel safe. Yeah, and you did. And you did. Jonathan seemed mega chilled. He was just like having a chat. To balance fire, they need to work on the idea of explosion and implosion instead of the current impact and burn only. Chain explosions farm. Yeah, this is what I was saying. Aw, all the comments are so nice. This will be the best game ever released when it reaches 1.0. 69 likes. I'm gonna ruin it for everyone. Sorry. Alright, Jonathan speaks so fast. If it's just coffee, I want to know the brand. 100% it's so important. You did great. Love how enthusiastic Jonathan gets talking about PoE. Yeah. Man, oh, there's Dareshi. Hey, Dareshi. Great interview, brother. Looking forward to seeing more of them. You want to... Oh, the coffee cup? That coffee cup looks so rad. Should have asked for more. Wait, Talkative Tri, you didn't ask him about crafting. You asked him a little bit about crafting, but... I want to interrogate... I want to interrogate him with an agenda. Alright, let's see all the angry people. The camera views bug me. Maybe you should switch sides. What?
Welcome to a...
Alright, new reason to get angry at Talkative Tri just unlocked. Camera view is on the wrong side. Suckers are not crafting, yeah. It's wow, everyone is so positive. Oopsies, I don't even know what he's talking about. He wants to try to switch sides. This guy really loves Talkative Tri. This guy really, really loves him. But Talkative Tri doesn't love him back. The crafting quest NPC has to be Belton NGL. Nar. Okay. And then... Puke. I will... And how's Reddit looking? Is Reddit sane? I'm too scared. I haven't been on there for so long. I haven't been on the Reddit website in ages. Let's see what they have to say. All right, Reddit, hit me. OMG. New Path of Exile 2 interview with Jonathan Rogers with all timestamps. Posted by Talkative Tri himself. And it's got updates. There's so many updates on this post. Wait, I got my new... Oh, yeah, check that out. PoE 1... Oh, the PoE 1 sub's getting news. You enjoyed this one? Some of my biggest issues are feels bad moments with towers, weapon restrictions, attributes, movement speed and skill balance. You talked about all of them, for sure. I think Talkative Tri, you know what I really, really, really want to ask Jonathan is... I want to ask about the power distribution. Let's watch it. We just watched it. I want to ask him about the power distribution. Like, one of the biggest problems when... And Jonathan himself brought this up when he said, like, the difference between having a magic weapon and a not magic weapon is massive. So we want to have a quest to show that to people, which I think is great. But it brings up the point of power distribution is too heavily weighted on itemization. So your entire experience, especially with the campaign, is very much predicated on what kind of items you find, if you get good items from the vendor, and so on and so forth. But they've really improved this with patch G because so much loot is dropping. But I still think more power needs to come from gems in the tree. A same comment. Oh, freak. Can I read this on stream? Talkative Tri. Can I read this on stream? Or is it too much? Oh, Zanello. You want to see? All right. You guys want to see what poor Talkative Tri has to deal with on a daily basis? Apart from getting like insano emails, that email that you got, holy shit. All right, let's read this out. LMFAO, the condom-covered PoE creator doing an interview with the Tard with the Vision. GG picked the safest bet to provide an update to not have to answer any actual issues. What a shit show. The game doesn't work. Everything is like pulling your teeth out, and GG's solution is cores to ramp up a market to get you more addicted to gambling. They are creating addiction tendencies within you. This is an evil act, not entertainment. We knew that the necklace never dropped, but you keep ramming your head anyway. Nothing in the game works. Why play with a sack of shit that is this game? I am new to the whole PoE 2, and I don't understand how the player base just hates their buttholes. Cause GGG and Jonathan are running a train on you, boy. Save your butthole, boys. Holy shit. Condom covered? Anyone ever been to New Zealand? You can figure out the whole country in 3 hours. The Navy What? The Navy captain sank 1 out of 2 boats? If you know what I'm talking about, then how a bunch of developers, face, from New Zealand would design a game. Say hello to the most tedious and pointless game ever. ... Soon, GGG Studios will be a logistics warehouse anyways. Anyone from New Zealand can confirm this. Save your buttholes, boys. What the fuck? Who are these people? Brother, if this is you, you need to go to a doctor, like, urgently. Urgently. There is something broken. There's something broken inside you. I don't know who hurt you, but this guy talks about saving your buttholes way too much. I think he mentioned buttholes 3 times. Do you think this guy... Okay, I'm not going to make that joke. I don't know. Maybe. His name is Mr. Meds. Damn, dude. Maybe he's on the wrong ones. I guess this is it. I love it. I want to read more crazy try comments. Save your buttholes, boys. Oh, I see. In Reactor, they lost the ship. No. New Zealand is great. Yeah, but they lost the naval ship, bro. Zanello. Everyone wants to hear more. Talkative Tri, I think you need to do a video where you just read hate comments. These are actually so epic. What about that email you got? Guys, help. My butthole is thoroughly unsaved. Save your buttholes, boys. Maybe I'll clip it. Try comment send it down an angry path to avoid them. Why? Try is so sweet. He's so sweet and innocent. What the frick? What the frick? What is Try doing to your butthole, dude? What did Jonathan do? How many times did he say the word butthole? Damn. I think, you know what I think he's saying? He's saying save your buttholes for the one. So he's actually encouraging people to wait until marriage. Don't give away your greatest gift. Save it. Save your buttholes, boys. What a freak. You're gonna be here for a few more minutes to get away for the water boil? No. Yeah. The ultimate meta move, reading hate comments. Maybe, but you'd have to balance it out. You have to balance it out where you read one like really nice comment and then one crazy comment. I should, yes, dude. This is how we get famous. All I'll do is I will become a Try comment reader. We just read Try's crazy comments. And we can turn them into YouTube shorts. I'm gonna be a millionaire. Oh, Cyclone. What's up? How you doing? Yeah, and then rate them from a scale of 1 to 10. Save your buttholes, boys. Damn. Try, you gotta feed me more. I'm loving this. How's it going, Cyclone? How is this stream? Bix are doing good and being at the end of your wits? Oh no, what happened? You can't seem to get your Act 3 below 27 minutes? Is that with lab? Save your buttholes, boys. That's so, dude, that's really good. That's really, really good. Crazy comments are only fun to read if you have positive people around you to do it. Reading them in isolation is potentially dangerous. Yeah, but that's why we gotta read them with, read them together. Save your... Everyone is just typing, save your buttholes, boys. All buttholes have been saved. Thank you. Oh, amen. You know a 20-minute A3 is possible? Shouldn't you... Dude, maybe you should reach out to, like, Timmy or just Taita and be like, hey, dude. How? Anyone saying they're not going to do this is coping? Hell yeah. We're going to fight back, Talkative Tri. We're going to save our buttholes from the buttholes. We will be safe. No one can scissor me. Good interview. I like that it outlined the exact reason people do not like the tower system. All right. Why the fuck would Jonathan announce that and not follow through? Because he's a liar. He's a liar. They always lie to us to get our money for 10 cents. You waiting on something similar to the... for PoE 1. Rad, dude. I actually... I do have videos like that, but there's probably way more stuff that you could add to it that I want to see. SYB. Hashtag SYB. Save your buttholes. Anyway, sorry. Let's behave. Back to... can't watch. What's the summary behind Jonathan on Towers? I read a TLDR and didn't watch the interview. Basically, mapping feels shitty when you have multiple tower, when you don't have multiple towers. Wow. Oh no, SYB. It went further than that. He said it's not fun when you play a map that you know isn't as good as the map you're trying to get to, compared to a situation where in a map, if the boss drop loot and the monster drop nothing, the player would feel like killing monsters short to get to the boss. He wants to find a way that playing an unjuiced map has a chance to be good and worthwhile to play. Wow, this person actually summarized something perfectly. Good job. No, don't do that. I think SYB, yeah, it does. It does require a special emote. But oh. Okay, we're not getting a butthole emote. Oh man, I'm giddy with excitement. The whole interview was great, but I was not expecting the rapid fire question right at the end turn into a huge discussion on aiming. That was really cool. That was interesting. Which is my personal biggest gripe about PoE 2. I've never noticed it. He wrote a whole post on the official forums, contributed to several discussions on Reddit about this topic in recent weeks, and Jonathan specifically mentioned he saw it was being constantly brought up recently in a way it wasn't for PoE 1. Anyway, it's really heartening to see it addressed. Cursor parallax, auto-targeting, name locking. A diskette. Damn. Really good interview. Assuming they're working on an out-of-combat move speed for 0.3. Yeah, so a lot of people were saying that, right? Scooped and a few other people on YouTube chat were saying that. My bad for being young and handsome. How dare you? How dare you be young and handsome? Your butthole is under peril. Save it. Movement speed question was funny as hell. As far as I know, it's the same in PoE 1 and 2. Jonathan, we have a quick soul flux. Yeah, so I mean, that's the point, is that it wasn't movement speed, it was base movement speed. Base movement speed. Whoa. Okay. A diskette. You have a fever and you're sick? You never know, Kick Brass. This was a good one. I enjoyed his answers. Oh, Talkative Tri is turning the tide. The tide of negativity is shifting. Everyone backs PoE. You're so happy. I know. Yay. Watch all and that's great. Just sadly, Delirium as an endgame mechanic and visual Delirium causes a performance issue. Delirium makes me depressed. Mark, our hero again with a stack of splinters. But also, Mark. Why don't people blame Mark when he's the one who's not giving us harvest swap? Harvest swap, where? You gonna go eat? Number one, butthole out. Catch you later. Yeah, I would also like to be disabled. It makes me so sad. Wait, this guy just posted passionates? Holy chat GPT, bro. Oh. Oh wait, no, this is like a TLDR. It's quite funny how PoE2 news are swarmed with negativity. If you go on news posts, also swarmed with negativity, but by the opposite camps. Wait, what's happening in Path of Exile 1? Are people negative? Soon, I will be able to finally use my favorite GIF again. We made it, bros. Expedition 3.2. Expedition 3.26. Pausing. Have I read the Expos comments? Link me. Depress me. Let me see. Looking forward to the hardcore stream and summoning the Council of Elders to deliberate if this is an unpause or a log out. I haven't played it yet, Godro. There's not going to be time. There's no time to play Expedition 33. PoE 2 affecting PoE 1 positively. Pog. Surely we get Breach, Strongbox chance 2. Yes. I think we'll get an ID bender in PoE 1. Pausing in menus, fine. Pausing during lag, real shit. -1 Quinn dying excuse. Ah. The world The world is aligned. Rip speedrunners who keep moving with the skill tree open. I did that, but the thing is, it will like cost you, I don't know, a couple of minutes throughout a run. Ooh! Look, here's a Talkative Tri. I know this dude. They'll bring back Zana, and OMG. They're gonna bring Zana back, and she's gonna be the ID vendor, and then she's gonna die, just like Deckard Cain. Oh, that'd be so sick. I really, really hope that they actually pull through this, and I'm happy to hear that that is a plan going forward, but I won't trust them to do this until they prove they can. If 3.28 releases within 8 months of 3.26, I'll buy a spotter pack. Don't read the comments. Are they gonna make me depress Kaltorak? Okay, wait, one more. Saying that is one thing. Doing it is another. In a world. Would be awesome if that holds up. Big if true. Believe it when I see it. Unless PoE 2 is on fire. While that might be nice to hear, I'll believe it when I see it. Lol, that was confirmed. The PoE wouldn't affect PoE 1. Confirmed. No one ever said that. No one ever said this. No one ever said this. Stop saying this. People, no one ever said this. No one ever said this. No one ever said this. This is a classic case of simulacrum, where one person heard one thing, misinterpreted it, repeated it, and now everyone repeats it without actually anyone having ever said it. No. No. BRB, gonna get the campaign video, dog? Alright, catch you later. No one ever said that. We have seen the clip. The clip. Unless you are being a... It depends. Like, it depends on your perspective. It depends on your interpretation and how good or bad faith you are. The wording from Chris Wilson was, it is our intention for Path of Exile to like something like that, but it was all just like, it is our intention, we really hope to, we do this. They never ever said, like, under no circumstances will Path of Exile 2 ever affect Path of Exile 1. They never said that. It was all just like, it's our intention, we hope, we're going to try, that is our goal, you know? Redditors parroting other Redditors ad nauseum without anyone checking the source, you don't say. It's a big problem on the internet. It's a big problem on the internet. It happens a lot. One person says one thing, either honestly or dishonestly repeats what someone else said, and then someone else repeats what someone... It's like broken telephone. One person mishears or misinterprets, either deliberately or not. Then someone hears that, then they repeat that, and then another person hears that, then they repeat that, and then like by the end of it, you are so far from the reality of like what someone actually said and what everyone says someone said they said, that it becomes the new truth, right? And like, this is the new truth, even though it's not even real. Yep, they quote it, and the other thing is, like, they'll often put it in quotes, like actual quotes, as in it's like an actual verbatim quote. Ruthless is a completely separate game mode that's done by one guy for fun. It does not have any relevance to the game. It doesn't, though. Sources, I made it the frick up. I think there's very little reason to check Reddit. I haven't checked Reddit for months. I haven't checked Reddit for months. You get this comment so much. Next time you get that comment, ask someone to... Get that... Next time you get that, ask someone for the source of it. I know it seems like a bit freaking... debate, bro, to be like, Tharth? Can you please give me a Tharth? But actually, like, watch them be like, and then sometimes someone will give you the source, and then they bring the thing where it's like that quote of Chris Wilson sitting on the chair. What? Oh, no, I am not being genocided, but If you would like to contribute to the security of my household, don't forget to like and subscribe and send gifted subs. But no, I am not being actively genocided as a white South African. It's a bunch of horse shit. All right? I'm okay. Yeah, anyone comparing PoE 2 to Ruthless? I've never played Ruthless. Exactly, right? Hate feedback loop. Ooh. Yep. So that's just crime? Well, okay, look, what is actually happening, right, is that in South Africa there's massive poverty, there's massive inequality, there's a lot of people who don't have money and don't have stuff, which of course breeds crime. Then, in a lot of cases, you have farms, right? Farms are isolated locations where there is a huge amount of resources, money, equipment, cattle, things that can be stolen, just like capital. And it's an isolated place with a lot of stuff. It's like a very obvious target, right? So what happens is people will go and attack farms, but it has nothing to do with race or anything like that. It has to do with the fact that there's people who don't have shit and they want the shit so that they can buy shit, right? So like I think if you look at the statistics of it, like per capita, there's no like leaning specifically like racial. There's no racial leaning where like white people are targeted more on that front. Yeah, exactly, because there's a whole lot of black farmers who also get targeted because it's not about race. It's about stuff, money, poor. When white are the farm owners? Yeah, but I mean, there's lots of different colored farm owners, and I don't believe there's like an imbalanced targeting. It does happen though. It is a really big problem though. It happened to my uncle. Luckily, he managed to chase people away because he was armed. But yeah, it's not racial. Okay, Ziggy. G'day, folks. When it comes to Q&A, most Q&As I come with are in isolation based on what I think. People will ask based on the early draft. Do I own a farm? I don't, but my uncle does. My uncle does. He lives on a farm that my mom and they grew up on that farm, and then my brother kept it. My uncle still runs a farm. Yes. I am a prince. No, I'm not. I don't own the whole of SA. Farm talk out of nowhere. Oh, it's to do with the white genocide. Sorry, that's not a thing. I'm not being genocided. It's fine. I'm okay. Okay, let's take a 2-minute break. I just want to get some water. My water ran out. Harrow, I'm back. Do you think Elon's pushing it? Yes. Absolutely. Should we? Yeah, maybe we should move away from politics. Bedtime, love the try react stream. Thank you. Thanks, Sean. Thanks for hanging out. Can I give you a banana cupcake recipe? No. I cannot. I know the first step is just have a whole lot of old bananas and then ask your mom. And then tell your mom, and she's like, don't throw them away. I can make a banana roll. Whatever. Wait, no, don't be mean. Don't be mean to Lion Cat. Could change the flavor of banana. You got your food? What's for lunch? Okay. I don't know what's... and then Reddit. Reddit's just like a shithole, right? That's also just a terrifying nightmare. Doom. The Dark Ages OST, but it's only the heaviest part. Oh, yes. New cute dog? Let's check out the new cute dog. I love this guy. This guy's cool and funny. Wait. Go away. Okay. New cute dog. Out of context cute dog. A pasta with ham filling. Ooh.
Can you even be a pedophile if you're 20?
Wow. Ah, Jesus. What a start to the video, man. This guy's like coming in hot. All right, let's discuss. Let's discuss. He has posed a question. We now debate it. Wow. God damn.
Isn't that like, aren't you like also a kid when you're 20?
No.
Right? Is it like, have you ever seen a 20-year-old pedophile? Aren't they all like 50 and fat and like balding and like they have a
That's what I'm into. 50, fat, and balding. That's my shit.
van, right? You know in the Twitter, the anime girls, they always go like this. Why do the Twitter anime girls go like this?
What the fuck?
With their armpit. What does that mean, guys?
I don't know.
Tell me how many total he says do whatever you want, have fun. Wait, he says have fun, do whatever I want. Wait, do whatever
50 age and number simultaneously.
I want.
Protect your buttholes, boys. You just start streaming coffee? I'm giving you a follow right away. We're watching Cute Dog's new video, which is a bit unhinged, but as is the nature of Cute Dog. Is there anyone who can explain to me why some people put things up for sale in PoE and PoE 2 when they either don't respond or when they don't respond, they raise the price? Because they're lazy and there's no punishment for it. The thing of raising the price afterwards is a new thing that came out with PoE 2. There's like a very long set of established etiquette. There's like an established etiquette in PoE 1. And when a whole lot of new people joined PoE 2, they started doing weird stuff like that. Like no one did that in PoE 1. Why do I think so many streamers fall down the negativity rabbit hole? I don't know. Maybe because they don't go outside enough? Or I don't know if streaming makes you a crazy person or if crazy people are attracted to streaming. It's a bit of a chicken and the egg scenario. What is... I don't know. Because views? Yeah, that true. Was good. Played some Voices of the Void. You got attacked by a redacted... What is the redacted? Oh, that emote's so cute. Wait, you think streaming attracts crazy people? Because like there's constantly just streamers getting... Or wait, is it? Are crazy people... Does streaming make people crazy? Are crazy people attracted to streamers? Or are all people just freaks? And the only reason we think streamers are crazy is because their lives are public and like all their mistakes are made public. You know a normalish guy who started streaming who then turned insane in all caps? True. Most normal streamers usually quit early. Am I a normal streamer? Have I ascended past normal? I think I'm slightly above average. It me? Oh, thank you.
My desktop.
We're watching your boy toy. Nicolemi. You don't know if crazy, but you notice a lot of streamers have diagnosed ADHD. Why didn't you tell me that when I started streaming 4 years ago? I only found out recently. I love Cute Dog. He gave me his Prime sub. I was so happy.
And it like auto ran it. I saw the command prop pop up. What do you think is happening here?
It's gonna delete. Oh, damn! So talented. Oh, nar, Cute Dog. Come on.
What a roller coaster!
Oh.
What a roller
Yes.
coaster! Oh.
He's so talented. He's so talented. Pin? I just want to pin the video we're watching. Vid we're watching. Just so I don't scam any views out of Cute Doge. The dream? ADHD? Is it real? Change my mind? Where's my fucking vape? Oh, Sebastian. All right. Where were we? It 100% brings out the craziest, but then it might be hard not getting self-absorbed when performing on cam. Yeah. I don't know. Normies aren't real. Change my mind.
Holy. I'm too good. I'm too good at the game, dude.
He is.
Right? Someone said something really toxic in chat. No! I have good gamer attitude. Also shortened as PMA. I need a hoe. Also, imagine dying to the monkey slam. It's like the most telegraphed.
You gotta go outside.
Killer, okay? It's like if your mom played PoE 2, she might die to that, but not me.
Damn.
In my whole life, I've been told by everyone in my family and relationships that I last too long. Hold on, let's do some math. Let's not pull an alley.
What? Hello? Why does this guy not get like infinite views? I love this dude.
By everyone in my family and
relationships
that I last too long. Hold on, let's do some math. Let's not pull an alley. Let's not pull an alley right now. If he needs 3 cards to finish the stack, and he has
Yoink.
5 cards, this is like one of those math problems from middle school, right? Sally has 2 apples. If she
Sally has 2 doctors. Okay.
gives 6 to George, how many apples do they have?
Wait.
How many do I put in, boys?
2, 3.
Let's start with 3.
Hell yeah.
to
All right.
6. Okay, well now we have to put in 4.
Okay. Oh.
Oh! Hello, new players.
Hi.
Don't worry if this league you feel like you're poor, because the chase items are only 1/5 of the
Yeah.
actual price. So instead of buying the item, buy a fraction of the item.
And
If
then.
you want to buy a house, just buy the mats to make your own house. Watch this.
Oh, wait. Oh, you gotta hide it. He has to hide
As
it.
you can see, I have just doubled my house. I have 2
Wow.
houses now. Okay. Now, what we do is we put it in again.
You gotta hide it. No.
And now I have 4 houses.
Wow.
Oh, shit.
Oh. Oh no. Oh no.
Okay, my house.
I want to get this shit. I'm gonna speak to a dead rabbit. I'm getting this kind of shit on my stream. Now he is homeless. Gambled away the house.
My house
What the fuck?
is gone. I'm now
You
homeless.
did that with House of Mirrors. Oh. What did he get? What? I don't know what that is, but I want one too.
Yeah, yo, Pakistani people. Is it really like the N-word? Is it like calling a Chinese guy a? Is it that bad or less? Because I know it's probably not as bad as the N word. That's like the worst, right? That's like
What the frick is the word? Are we getting weeb emotes? I will work on it. Yeah. Yep. I will work on it. I got a stream deck today. Oh, you can see through my finger. I got a stream deck. Wait, what does it say? What does that say? What? Whoa. There's hidden messages hidden in my fingers. Damn. What? Oh. Yeah, so we'll upgrade.
S tier racism, S tier slur, and then like is like the lowest of the low, and like saying that you got is like F tier, right? Because like refers to gypsies, I guess. I'm literally like smoky.
You gotta get some sleep. Thank you again for the power raid. Coffee powered. Thank you for the raid. Have sweet dreams. Catch you later. What is this innovation? Who am I? Am I some kind of streamer or something? You don't know. You don't know anymore. Look. I have a hole in my finger.
The bear.
Magic.
I'm like Lewis and Clark meets Smokey the Bear meets like some kind of bloodhound. All right, like I sniff out all the whiskey. I just do Omega Lions. I'm like, it meets Tony Montana. Yeah, I'm Smokey the Bear, Tony Montana, Lewis and
Adeland. What did I do?
Clark hybrid, triple hybrid. I'm freaking insane, dude. I'm just doing lines of wisp off Matt Boss's ass. Okay, I'm gonna kill a couple more in case it costs more souls to upgrade. No. Uh-oh. Drinking in front of the enemy. Not
Wait.
like this. Like for example, my left hand holds my pee, and then my right hand like gives my my anus a little rub.
SYB. Okay. Cute dog, I love you, but holy shit. This is making me too. It's turning me on too much. I gotta change the channel. Okay, we got some new information. By the way, new Elden Ring tomorrow. New Elden Ring. Do you guys want to see me play it? We got some new information. We have the Revenant.
Yeah, they like.
Sebastian, what are we doing? Just standing in front of the computer?
Up like sheep to the slaughter.
You want to see me die in it?
But with strength comes the burden of duty.
My ears. Summon 3 different souls as a backup? Dude, is this just like an Elden Ring game, but you can play it with your friends? I'm so excited. Sebastian, he's watching stream. Here's camera. Hello.
Oh, sweet retribution.
Oh, dead rabbit.
See how they line up like sheep to the slaughter.
Heck yes. Okay, that looks rad. And then? Oh, he's so cute. Look at the camera. You must see his eyes. I love cats. I love cats and I love dogs. Now, I prefer... Okay. Alright, we got a grumpy voice sounding man. Alright, what's it?
I will curtail the threat that awaits us. And let any who dare disturb such peace
Elon,
face
fix your
my
shitty
blade.
website. What is this?
And let any who dare disturb such peace face my blade. Clear your thoughts. Accept your fate. I will curtail the threat that awaits.
Let's Twitter video has been tariffed. I think. How much does this game cost? How much does this game cost? I will check. I will find out. Dead Rabbit, when are you free, my friend? Because I've been putting you on hold for a long time. What the frick? Why are we typing that in chat? You are? Okay. I will send you a DM later. I got my stream deck and I need help making it do cool stuff. Looks like a gacha game. How much does it cost? I think we'll probably play this tomorrow because the new PoE League isn't going to be out. 35 pounds that were like 87 for me. Try to show your wife your Elden Ring and she yelled, "Get your oi." And don't worry about that. Just like having the app will help, right? Did I say stream deck? I did. Oh, this kitty is so handsome. Mix it up is awesome. Yes. Yes. We're gonna mix it up. We're gonna mix it up. Man, oh, Arrow is watching the Tri interview. Arrow's watching the Tri interview. I think, let's go say hi to our good friend, Arrow, aka Arrowussy. We love him. Kurva. Huh? Ad? What? Did he get an ad? 749. It's not too bad, I guess. That's not too bad. Adge, Arnar. Arnar Claire. Oh, Dead Rabbit. Hey, you're back from that. Thank you for the sub, Dead Rabbit. I'm back. Heck yes. All right, you're going to go play PoE 1. Catch you later, Rashi. Let us go. And I have to make supper. I have to go make supper for the family. So you don't forget them. That's fine. You don't have to sub. Maybe you get lucky and you get gifted a sub next time. But I have to go make supper. So let's go see our friend Arrow. We love Arrow. YouTube. Guys, we're going over here. I don't think he streams on YouTube, so you're not going to be able to go, but we're going to go see. He's watching the interview too. So you can see what he thinks. Okay, catch you all later. See you all tomorrow. We're going to play some Elden Ring. Elden